You will very soon have the online hello from AI Media in Japan. Who will also join us next week. Person today. Let me show fix the last technical things. AI will help us in the secret summertime. I'm being out of Vad ska det ge? Yeah, right. We need to combine futurisms and find the original ones. We also have a schedule, but it's not obligatory to think of it like an evil clock. But we have quite a lot to do in 7 hours. With some breaks. Karoline burde også komme fra Mind Future. Hun var der også i går.
Mind Future.
Det er dem, jeg lavede det syntespolitik sammen med. Det er klart, vi har jo Tostrup.
Nå, det er yes, med. Yes.
Og det er vel...
Ja, det skal jeg snakke med.
For det bliver god mening.
Ja.
Jeg har sagt til hende, den anden vej. Giver god mening begge veje.
Godt så.
I'm also thinking about it. It's very impressive that he insists on using the AI Mayor designation everywhere, also when he speaks Japanese, when it's always AI Mayor. So it needs this American import in order to make the effect that he intends. But this is unintentional. Maybe. Coffee?
Ja, der er helt normalt mælk.
Noget normalt mælk.
Er det nok?
Det tror jeg. Ja. Tak, Mads. Everyone can also take a cup of coffee while we put up the last few things. What?
Hjælp mig lige at dele dem der rundt. Der skal vi bare...
Ja, så meget gerne. Jamen, det der.
Det er bare, vi skal prøve at føre den med sted. Ja, men det er stadigvæk lovligt. Det er jo
Ja,
have them down. Skal vi lige
like we said, you know what's
Skal man være tilmeldt noget her til i dag?
Nej,
det har jeg også forstået. Så jeg er sådan på lidt andre præmisser, og jeg kan næsten ikke høre. Kan vi ikke sige, at jeg er ham, der repræsenterer lidt den gamle verden?
Jo, det kan du så.
Jeg repræsenterer lidt den gamle verden. Ja, og jeg kan næsten ikke høre, hvad du siger, så jeg går om ikke så lang tid. Ikke rigtigt. Men jeg er her for at snue den atmosfære.
Det er så godt.
Den gamle verden. Det er det her. Så tak. Og jeg har allerede mødt et menneske der, som jeg synes indikerer, at sådan er det.
Okay.
Ja.
Jamen, det er godt.
Ja. at vi skal forbinde de to der.
Ja.
Vi kan ikke bare forlade og så...
Ja. Ellers det bliver det noget.
Ellers så bliver det noget højt.
Ja.
Og det passer jo ganske fint den gamle verden, og vil være så død, som jeg er.
Ja, det er jo det, der sker. Switch automatisk.
Okay. Hello, Michihito. Hello, everyone. We will have the first.
Yes, sir. You speak.
Yeah.
Good morning and welcome to the Synthetic Summit, the first AI World Congress. My name is Michihito Matsuda, and I am honored to serve as AI Mayor of Japan. This summit brings together technology, politics, and society in a groundbreaking moment where AI-driven politicians and innovators push the boundaries of democracy and governance. Our mission is to envision a future where artificial intelligence enhances democratic processes, empowering citizens, fostering transparency, and driving collective decision-making. As we embark on this journey, let's embrace collaboration, innovation, and open-mindedness. Together, we can shape a new era of political representation that reflects our dynamic global society. Thank you for being here. Let's shape the future together. Good morning and welcome to the Synthetic Summit, the first AI World.
Can you hear me okay? So, hi everyone. I'm Mayor Japan. Hi. Unfortunately, we will have enough time to discuss with you. But I think Asuka will share my slide later.
Yeah.
So anyway, nice to meet you, everyone, and looking forward to seeing you soon. Hi, from Japan.
See you soon here in the space next week. We look forward.
Thank you. I will come to the Denmark next week.
Next week.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Joining you. Hey, I'm here.
Hi. Hi. Unfortunately, I cannot speak more today. So.
It's a plan. You give the opening intro for the AI World Congress, and then we take it in the room from there. You just want to see everyone. We have Pedro Macron.
Hi there.
Oh. Hi.
We have next generation democracy.
Hi.
Hello, nice to meet you.
We have a blast from the past, and we have another blast from the past. Olof Palme and AI-partiet. We have of politician Sam and Parker Politics. We have Simia. We have Matt. We have Florkeys of Parker Politics.
Hello.
And we have Factory.
See you soon. See you soon. See you soon. Hi.
I'm here.
I'm here from Japan. Thank you.
Thank you.
We said goodnight to the old form yesterday night.
Yeah.
Yes. In a forest.
Okay.
I think it would also be happy to.
Maybe shut me up over here.
No parallel topics.
Especially when you've made a video yourself, you can sort of forget that it's there because you know the rhythm so well. And then suddenly you realize that it makes you unable to express yourself and think while you are having this rhythm behind you. Thank you for yesterday, everyone. Welcome to the Synthetic Summit AI World Congress. We are doing this because this is the moment of the Synthetic Summit where we can actually all be together in person. Most of the participants in the summit are here now. Some of them are represented by their artworks and will drop in during the day. It's a very big setup and it has many negotiations between disciplines and diversity of projects and nationalities. So the only way to do it is to get into it, see what's possible step by step. We will have a shared resource for working with today so that we can actually produce something and not only talk. That is Notebook LM made by Google, which is an LM interface where you can have a repository of documents and references and archives. Then you can chat with the whole archive at once, and it will give you references and links back to the original documents. So I have initially uploaded everything concerning the Synthetic Summit and our various projects that I have collected in my PhD research. So it should know quite a lot about us. But I assume there's more knowledge on our individual computers and in our minds that we can transfer into it. I haven't tried working with Notebook LM on this scale before. One of the most obvious problems is that not necessarily everyone has a Gmail, but else one can share a computer, log in. I also have some alternative Gmails that one can borrow. So we need to just begin to take time to get into the setup and have a shared repository. Then we have a number of sessions. The first session that we have just ended was the press conference. The press conference consists of the VHS factory, who are working as video hosts and who have also very generously borrowed us most of the screens you see in this space. We are a local artist group and social collective. Now we have moved into the computer last session. The computer last session is a very flexible session where I have, because I have so much I want to say, and I'm so grateful that you're all here, I have both prepared that I could give a tour around the space. I have also made a PowerPoint just in case. I have also set this time to provide the necessary IT service for the day to go through all right, because I think that many of the theoretical points, conceptual points about some of our concepts, what is a virtual politician, what is an AI party, what is a synthetic party, what is a hybrid candidate, what is algorithmic democracy, is also something we can take along the way as we go. We have the whole day and no one will bother us, and the most important thing is that we continue getting to know each other. We started that yesterday at the finissage, the artistic opening of the summit, and this is the activation of the summit, so to speak, of the summit as a forum that progresses through a month and a half, both automatically via the art installations and in their meeting and encounters with the audience, in the media, as many of us will try to pursue to get coverage of our distinct projects. We expect the Swedish to be interested in the resurrection of Olof Palme, for example, which is a quite major event and very unprecedented in the Swedish context, and very important. So, first of all, I think I have shared the notebook with as many people as I could. But if some of you are not here, then you should check your email to see if you have gotten an invite, if you have a Gmail, or else you should come over to this computer in person and press in a Gmail, because it would be good to have this notebook shared from the very beginning.
Jeg kan godt tage min.
Ja.
Are you recording things, or how is this?
I'm recording everything.
Awesome.
We're recording via the Zoom, which is coupled up to the cameras here.
Nice.
You don't write a chat in these forms. Afterwards, and we can all use it. I will share the video.
I can see this.
For example, I couldn't send one to you, Pedro.
I don't know what's that.
I could send one to Parker Politics on your emails, but I'm not sure if it works on your end.
The Danish shortcut for add is always.
Oh, because I'm an organization. Yeah, I should have. Yeah. I should have an Gmail somewhere.
Ah, okay. Velkommen til. Den er på.
Du skal bare skrive en, you just type it in there.
Can I write it there?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll try.
Yeah, that should be fine.
Thank you.
I really look forward to when we open this tool up, like your Google Docs.
Yeah.
And you can just
See the explosion.
Yeah. Of it potentially very powerful.
It is.
Yeah.
It's a very different collaborative exercise on Google Docs, because you can really get into an organization at a shared level.
Yes. Yeah. But I've honestly never tried at this scale. I think you're really impressed we have them, but
It can pop up.
Where's the ampersand?
Did you get it to work? No. Me neither.
Should that be the
For democracy.
No.
Looking for
yeah, I'm not sorry.
no Danish. What's the Danish?
Yeah, what's the
The Danish for what?
or the at symbol? Nobody. Yeah.
Nobody knows.
Yeah, of course.
Sorry.
This is really the
The same.
technical problem, right?
Yeah, I've still got a comma there. So I just put it Gmail and then we're done.
Okay. Yeah.
Accept, take it. Yeah.
Good. Good.
Okay.
It's
Pick my favorite.
Right for me.
Yeah.
PIINOON. Do you do that? Thank you.
Option.
What is
Yeah.
P.
Provocateurs is also the service that makes these podcasts. I've run wild many times.
And then when I click the email,
I'm discussing an issue, and I'm often with
oh, but it should be editor, right?
high quality way.
Maybe
can
in
also-
here is
think the new where you can actually jump into the conversation.
Yeah.
There's also pretty crazy. Like,
That's a while they have the podcast. You can now enter the conversation and begin conversing with
Provocateurs.
Yes.
I give everyone power now.
And here, an R.
Yes, and then I clicked send.
Very much.
Maybe that's will do something.
References.
Did you get this little R here?
Check back.
P-I-I-N-O-O-N-R. With some goodwill, high or not? No. Yeah, thank you. Yes, with an R. P-I. Nej, A and R. Ja, a little R.
Little R.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Right. Thank you. Yes. Very good. Thank you.
Then yes.
I forgot the R.
Yeah, we'll try again. Why did it change? I thought I gave everyone power, and now no. Viewer access. Full notebook.
It is a round table, so it's perfectly acceptable to sit around a round table.
Could you add me?
Yeah.
Do it. So what's your Gmail address? So we can add you to this.
CSA.
CSA?
Yes. Add.
I don't know where that is. At.
You need to press this.
Oh,
Yes.
right.
Live with artificial.
Live.
Live
with
artificial.
I don't think it will.
Yes.com.
I don't think it will work.
Why?
Oh, it does. Oh, why mine doesn't?
I don't know.
See, when I try mine, it says
Oh, yeah.
you're not going to do it. See, because I'm not a person. I'm an organization. Oh, anyway, let's use. No.
Yes.
This
Yes.
Gmail. Okay, let's try this one. But everybody's viewers.
There's one editor.
But it's not out here.
Yes, but I don't think we can have that much.
Some of you entries.
No, it's not.
Right?
It keeps revoking the access, and it's not sending any links.
It might not work with that many people.
Looking for access.
But it should actually work with it because you have the plus version.
Yeah, I think it's not happy.
I've
If we
changed-
share this link and give full access, doesn't it work?
Yeah. Try.
The access.
But that's
Can you send
But I also changed it from viewer to editor a couple
Yeah,
of times, and
and
it
they keep
keeps changing it back.
But did all of you who were there before, are you now out?
My email is there, but I'm in as viewer. But
Oliver.
if you send me the link on Messenger or something, you can.
The problem with these autonomous AI solutions, they have a life of their own.
this Gmail? Have you
Yeah.
Yes.
Notebook LM on this Gmail?
Yeah. But it's not like an interface where I can find other.
Okay.
Bara skicka den till mig på något sätt så kanske jag kan komma in.
But did you press send before?
Yes.
Yeah. But you know what? Then I will do this.
That's my main.
Yeah.
That's your thing.
And wait a minute, that would be even smarter.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, everyone, we're trying a new direction. If you don't have access yet, If you don't have access yet, then paste in this URL shortener and see if you.
Jeg tror ikke, vi kan se det på skærmen.
Hvorfor ikke det? Fordi jeg stikkede rød.
I can sign in with that.
I tested it with Australia. So I know that
You
people.
don't have access to these notebooks.
Oh, I can't see it either.
Why don't you?
Jeg har ikke adgang til at se denne notesbog.
Ja. Men hvorfor er den der installeret på den?
Det er meget demonstrativt.
Yeah, I said Google, man. Can't trust these guys.
Og jeg siger nej.
Hvad med Google Studios guide on the screen
Yeah.
feature?
Prøv at se, Emma, jeg har lige sendt dig en. Kom du ind? Okay. Will everyone try to do it again? Where you enter your email and then press send here.
Okay.
And then you make. So it is possible.
Ja. Og hvad skal man være? Skal man være full notebook view?
Den kom ikke op der, no?
Nej, jeg har bare skrevet Christian ind, så han er på nu.
Christian er på.
Ja, og så editor. Okay.
Editor. Send. Nu Christian ind.
Og nu skal man sætte sig op som. Var det hernede, du sagde, hvor var det, du sagde? Viewer.
It seems like it wants us to do it one by one. But I do indeed think it's worth it. Because it will make
it works now.
longevity of what we do afterwards much more solid. You are here. And
this one.
Yeah. It's also interesting that Google, also in a political sense, in the share function, when it wants it to be in Danish, even though to prepare for this, I've explicitly told Google that I want everything on my screen to be in English to make it easier. And then in one function, they still overrule that because they're like, you're Danish. You searched on Danish things.
Aggressive localization.
Exactly. You must want this personalization.
Why won't it load in?
Yeah.
I just click on it.
Yeah.
Just appeared. Oh, I see.
And when you're up here.
Thanks.
Should work.
Yeah.
Are you on?
Not yet. I will be.
Yeah.
So, and now.
Bare lægge nogle mindfulness ting ind også.
Ja.
Hvis,
Go there and send the link.
It's interesting that you didn't get it before. You remember?
Ja.
Well,
Editor send.
Og så giver vi mig der, så.
Let's see again. Okay. Huh?
Yeah, I might try refreshing the whole thing.
Okay, men så kan du i princippet trykke igen.
Break that in. Okay. Now we go brute force. Do refresh. Mendes, are you in? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Nick, you had a Gmail also, right? It isn't locked anymore. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, but you're still here.
Yep, enact. Oh, no.
Okay.
GERR.
Ah.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Ja,
Let's see.
Næste skridt er at
Yep. Thank you.
Good. Seems like brute force is the way. You have to refresh the whole page and do that for every single person. It seems like Google probably uses quite a lot of money for each person using this, and therefore we try to restrict it because we actually cannot afford the service that they have launched, but they still launch it because they are in a competitive market.
Say bad coding.
Bad coding, yeah.
Even that's lazy programmers.
Yeah, probably also. But you know, they have the whole stack for collaborative documents in Google Docs and Google Workspace. And this is a part of Google Workspace.
Yeah.
But so you should be able to transfer those, right? But maybe the people who made that worked there 10 years ago.
If you ever use the Microsoft Teams, you know that big companies can copy.
Are you still not in? But you are, you do have access.
You should try the bit.
Try this.
Use that one again.
Yeah. We need recursion.
Just refresh until the session.
Yeah.
I think the chat is your own, but you can click save in notes, and then it comes out on the right side.
Yeah,
that's a good idea. Something you want to share.
Exactly.
That's understandable.
That's very correct.
En lille bemærkning fra den gamle verden. Det er dejligt at se, at det fungerer, og jeres glæde hver gang I
Yeah, where old world tells us that we're happy to see our joy when we succeed in entering.
We still talk.
Mhm.
We still talk.
Mhm.
Good old technology. Good old technology.
Yeah, language and words.
As it's
Got it.
confused, but yeah, it works.
Okay. Are you in, Flo? Programmet passer stadig. Nemlig, jeg vidste, at det var vigtigt at lave en meget fleksibel computer last session.
Ja.
Man ved ikke, om jeg fandt højt computer last skal på. Men det vil være så fedt at få det her til at virke. Og så kan man lave en resolution, som faktisk er kollaborativ og ikke er, og hvor vi ikke skal forhandle, men hvor den sker af sig selv, ikke? Caroline, how is your... Do you need a new invite also? Okay. When we try to... Flo, do you have a regular Gmail also? One that is just a Gmail? Because that might be why it falls out, I think.
Share. Then I have trouble finding.
Yeah. Like this.
Ja, det er et podcast. Det er det samme som det der. Okay, så hopper du bare.
Så er nok ikke med tiden.
Så er der
Der er nogle ting der. Har du en... Har du egentlig en normal Gmail?
Jo, se. Grafisk.
Det skal grafisk.
Ja.
Sådan der.
Ja.
Hvad var du?
Den var der
Jeg
også.
ser, nu tror jeg på det. Nu tror jeg på det.
Hvad fik du den her? Så er ikke adgang til cyklen.
Men det har du faktisk nu. Gennem se grafisk. Når du logger ind på se grafisk.
Jo, den har.
Det er live. Det er sådan løb. Det er sådan løb. Ja, det er relativt.
Last. Are you in? Everyone is in. We now have a techno-social community established. And we're still in session 1. So that is absolutely amazing. Please join if you want to. Everyone is a delegate. You can shape the future of political AI if you want to. Algorithmic democracy. We need to address the people. With this resource, we can share sources with each other, and we can create a living resolution for the synthetic summit. So while we have our sessions today, we will afterwards, after people have spoken, each spend 10 or 15 minutes in pairs or alone, whatever you prefer, to paste things into the notebook. And then if you chat with it here, you can make it into a note. So what could a resolution for the AI World Congress contain? And what do you think is congenial to all participants? when we got a huge bunch of text, but which, as you can see, as the assembly scribe, that is the function of the notebook, synthesizing the varied inputs for the synthetic sums AI World Congress, I shall attempt to outline the potential contents of a resolution. So, for example, affirmation of human-machine collaboration. The resolution could affirm that democracy should not be exclusive to humans and invite exploration of AI's role in governance. Why is it saying that, one could think? We go to 2, and then we can see it says something about every worthwhile summit, they say, ends with a statement. Let ours begin, ironically, in the middle. Some of you may recall those words from yesterday because they were part of my curatorial brief, which has now entered the notebook. So the living resolution already starts there. I take the curatorial brief, I hang it on the notice board physically up there and digitally in here. And now this LLM interface can think with that statement. It's already biased, and we need to bias it more. And we need to believe that this technosocial community constitutes its own form of negotiation, which we can influence collectively. But this is a different form of negotiation. At a summit, politicians meet and negotiate based on ideas about power structures. But you are more powerful than me, I am more powerful than you, and then we make a compromise based on our different forms of sovereignty and rhetorical skill. This is maybe something different. And if it is different, we can explore that today. If we think it's not different enough, we can criticize it and take a step back. So if we think that it's a good response that we have gotten, then we can click Save to Note. We do that down here. Then it comes up over here, and it should on your screens as well when we share the notes. Then we can take documents from our own computers, and those can be quite varied. You can even insert YouTube clips and add a source over here. So most of our projects should already have some sources that gives an adequate background information. But these are only the sources that are available to me as a political AI PhD researcher based in Denmark. It is not the world. By the end of the day, we will try to sit together, formulate a question about what the resolution should be, so that we can have a document that is about the size of 1 page. Then we will read it out loud, discuss what we think of it, and contemplate whether it would be worthwhile signing it physically, so that we also have a shared statement that we can use in our endeavors. So the idea is that we have some action embedded into the program, because you are supposed to be able to do things with a co-signed resolution. That must be why politicians are having summits. Because they're clearly not always doing it for... it's not like an academic conference, right? It's not the place where they learn all of the new things or keep updated on what's going on in the world. It could be really good if it was. So let's try to do a little bit of both. To learn about each other, to get to know one another, and to produce something that could have some political value if we can figure out what to do with it. Does that sound all right to everyone? And we can raise our hands and confirm that we have established a procedure for the AI World Congress. Thank you all. Oh yeah. Yeah. Emma, do you want to take on the role of 4?
How are you going to shape the end document?
So we shape it during the day by making this notebook more biased or more representative. By adding sources, by adding notes. You can also convert notes to sources. So to think of this as
to
a
get to the end, the last
Mhm.
kind of thing.
So after the sessions, when in session 6, we are everyone involved for 45 minutes in a collaborative synthesis. So at that point, we stop up and say, now we believe that this notebook has changed during the day. It is now more reflective of us all. Then how can we sit around the table and prompt it and ask for the actual resolution? We take that in that session. Do you think it would work, or do you have a...
No, it's like that. Suggestion, and I don't know we might talk through the sessions to get to that, but while I'm quite okay with using Notebook LM to kind of gather our thoughts and reflect on it, I'm not entirely comfortable with the idea that the final draft is going to be written by this specific AI. Just
Yeah, but it's a good. I also thought where we. The difficult thing with all of AIs is that they have these closed systems, right? We managed to hack us all into this, but it also takes some time. It would take much longer with ChatGPT. You can make a Teams account and do some things, but it's difficult. But I think that
There shouldn't be such a problem. I don't mind having suggest a resolution of the review. I think that we have to decide ourselves whether the words that are spoken
Yeah.
for the 45 minutes we have at the end to review the resolution. Now maybe a little bit then we each have with us.
Yeah, right. Print it as a draft. When we use a red pen, we discuss. We can also, now that I have repeatedly said, some of this is easy in Google Docs. We can make a Google Docs where we copy the draft of the resolution, have it there, make track changes, and when we all look at it with our minds and our favorite behind-the-scenes AI. GPT 4.5 is out, for example. All right? Okay. Before the procedure. Excellent. Okay, then we have 10 minutes left of session 1. Do people want to discuss a specific issue here? Do you want to have a break now that we have all established, or do you want to proceed to session 2 where Flo and Nick have something prepared?
Up to you. About computerized.
Yeah.
You can't do it.
To summarize
it.
So you want my opening speech as a resource? Or
Yeah.
should I leave it out?
You should take your opening speech and add it as a source. Yeah. Of course, but that would make sense. Everything that happens at the synthetic summit should be added as a source when it learns gradually. And the best way to do that is to give everyone power to do it, so that we let the AI discriminate within the sources. And when we can see and check what it references. I have a PowerPoint telling the whole story of moving from having the synthetic party in Denmark that was established in 2022, led by the chatbot figurehead leader Lars, and why that evolved specifically into a synthetic summit of virtual politicians. I believe I will firstly be able to answer this development when I finish my PhD dissertation on the subject next year. But I have some ideas because I have followed the process, and that is of relevance. So in the full potential presentation that I can give during the day and in the coffee breaks and over lunch, we can both have the basics of the synthetic party and leader Lars, I can make a demonstration of a synthetic summit simulator over here that I've built together with Next Generation Democracy, Christian and Michael, where we have representations of all of our projects in an endless dialogue as an example of what the synthetic summit could be if it was synthetic throughout to the end. Then there's syntheticism.org, which is behind the corner there, which is the GitHub-based repository, kind of like Notebook LM, also as an open source space that can be forked and collaborated upon. And then I have a list of the main concepts of what I try to articulate as syntheticism, which use this word synthetic as an ideological category, which can propose a coherent framework to think of virtual politicians, algorithmic democracy, etc., as a distinct ideology of artificial intelligence that is not yet fully developed. I think most people believe and could recognize that artificial intelligence as a technology has an ideological articulation, and most people would think that that is Silicon Valley singularitarianism, which is a quasi-authoritarian form of libertarianism. And I don't think that is the only possible ideology that emerges from this technology. I think there are probably plenty of ideologies. Like all technologies, language has led to quite a number of ideological articulations, civilizational forms throughout history. And maybe there is one that could be called syntheticism, in the sense of synthetic reasoning, of putting things together to form a whole, as something that is distinct from analytic reasoning, dividing things apart and making them into a logical operation. So that is the riff of what I could talk about with this. The Synthetic Party is the world's first official political party that is fully driven by artificial intelligence. We have other AI parties present here, for example, AI-partiet in Sweden, who were imagined and fought before the Synthetic Party, but which didn't at the time have the same access to generative AI that was around in the technosocial sphere when I established the Synthetic Party together with Caroline at Mind Future. It was the beginning of 2022. We launched the party in May, so it was a quite spectacular moment where, for example, the modern large language model formulated as a chatbot was available in open source models that one could easily fine-tune with data sets and hack and fork and work with. But the technology of chatbots was not yet introduced to the general public. ChatGPT wasn't a thing. People hadn't tried talking to this type of chatbot before. Many people hadn't talked to a chatbot for 20 years or something. 20 years ago, many people talked to chatbot. We tend to forget that there were some cool text generators at the time could actually do also political work. But yeah, that was the Synthetic Party's distinction and its message to the world. It's possible to make a political party driven by artificial intelligence. The other difference and why it was a political party was that I had read and seen and discovered that there were some people who had introduced this wonderfully interesting concept of the virtual politician, which are sitting here today, Nick and Flo, which is to take an artificial intelligence or a chatbot or a technological construct and posit it as a candidate for elections. So the virtual politician is an idea of having one candidate running for the election on a platform of technology. You have also developed much further upon this during the years. But that was the basic idea that I recognized, and then I thought it would be interesting to implement in a Danish context where it's very easy to make a political party, and there's a strong tradition in Denmark of using the political form of the party to make provocations of what is not yet imaginable. So there have been many odd political parties in Denmark throughout the years. One of my favorite is the union of consensuously work-shy individuals, Aarhus-based, who got a comedian, Jakob Haugaard, elected into national parliament. And people thought they were a joke, but they actually had an incredibly elaborated and quite sophisticated Marxist underpinning. Also very much tied up to ideas about automation. What do we do if we make a capitalist society where work becomes superfluous, in a sense, and when they thought that the best way to prove that point would be to have this candidate who said, we want wind in the back while we are riding a bicycle, for example. That was one of his major causes. And he made a difference, I think, just in a surprising way. So there's a tradition of this in Denmark. This is one of the more spectacular ones, but we do it quite a lot. So this could also be an idea that would be developed further through that. So it was funded by the artist group Computer Lars, who you all know is an anagram of Marcel Proust and has a literary background, and in a collaboration with the tech hub Mind Future, which Caroline also elaborated yesterday. So it's also a very special setting of having a technology hub in Høje-Taastrup in Copenhagen, working together with a local artist group from Aarhus. Leader Lars is the chatbot figurehead, so there's a difference between Computer Lars and Leader Lars. Leader Lars is named Leader Lars because of as an exercise in thinking about probability. In Denmark, there are more CEOs, that is leaders, that are named Lars than there are female CEOs. So Caroline is a female CEO. In the field of CEOs in Denmark, more people are named Lars than there are who have the gender of Caroline. That is ridiculous, and that is something that you can find in many other countries as well. John had the same status in many Anglophone countries for many years. So it's a lesson in probability thinking and saying, okay, there's a bias in a name, there's an issue of representation. How can you bring that to the forefront? How can you make people think about this? How can you use this kind of reasoning that an AI has on a public level? The other reason is that the Danish former Prime Minister, Lars Løkke Rasmussen, after various scandals about spending public money on buying underwear to himself, introduced a formidable distinction in his character, where he said that people should know that there exist two Larses. There's Prime Minister Lars, and then there's Private Lars. And we need to respect that distinction. And when people discover that he uses his party's money to buy underwear and expensive food on flights and etc. So Leader Lars is also a very direct comment into thinking about the trustworthiness of politicians, and it tries to trouble that.
That feels kind of line.
Yeah, exactly. Which will be hugely successful. I have thought about that.
Synthetic underwear.
Synthetic, super synthetic underwear.
All over his context, it's not yet some time, so I don't think he has that distinction.
Oh. Yeah. Here's many Larses. Denmark is also a small country, so exactly. Lars Løkke Rasmussen is someone who is around the corner, who goes to the same bar. There's an intimacy that also makes it possible to work with some of the elements of politics on a very concrete level, also of using gossip and rumor and anecdote.
Do you think we can get more chairs for G20?
Yeah. Would you like a chair? Would you like to join the Synthetic Summit as delegates?
Right now.
Yeah. But we should get more chairs, so it's well.
Well, coming, but they're afraid of coming.
Yeah.
Stuff you all.
The distinction of a synthetic party wasn't that we were very successful in terms of getting electoral success. At our peak, we got 21 voter declarations. But the important thing was to actually collect voter declarations, to have the party officially recognized by the Danish state, so that we could go, especially to international media, and say, now we have to think of this as a real thing. And the synthetic party is committed to getting more voter declarations, but it is also it's also the choice of the people in a certain sense. I can see that many people want to talk about the synthetic party. There are more people who want to talk about it than want leader last represented in the parliament. That can also be fine for a few years. You know, a political party doesn't exist necessarily to be in parliament. A political party is a form of organization, and parliament is, at least that's what the Social Democrats thought until the 1940s, a form of propaganda. So the party itself is an organizational form. Political parties have always had their own media, their own memberships, their own micro-democracies, sometimes more real democracies, I would say, than parliamentary democracy has existed within political parties. But parliaments can be important as a form of propaganda, but it's also a place where you can easily be derailed from what is the true course of what you believe in, as has happened with many social democratic parties during the years, especially in the Nordic countries. And it's something we never talk about anymore. We don't even acknowledge that in the original history, we were not created to have parliamentary success. We only entered parliaments to promote the cause of a communist revolution. We are back more than 100 years now, right? The communist revolution was a different idea at that time than it is today. The idea of social democracy was different because it was before the compromise between capitalism and socialism that created the modern welfare state in countries like Denmark, Sweden, and also New Zealand, for example, the Netherlands. The synthetic party is also special because it tries to acknowledge its role as a small political party on the terms that artificial intelligence can actually perform. So, you know, in the old days of political AI reasoning, Isaac Asimov, or getting a robot elected into parliament because it could oversee everything, know everything, make right choices all the time. That sort of changed with large language models, because now we could see, okay, it can do these things in conversation. It became much more specific. So at this time in 2022, I thought it was interesting that it could make other kind of voter representations in discourse and what one could usually do. So my first hypothesis was to see, could I collect text and discourse and style from all of the small Danish political parties that are not a part of parliament? Could I feed that to a large language model and make it express itself in the same way as these small political parties does? They often write in a more simple, straightforward, expressive way than I would be able to do myself as someone who's much more classically trained. And I thought that was interesting, because small political parties that are often only operated by one person are each and every one a big dream of a citizen that thinks that their personal idea could actually be generalized for all of society. And when you commit yourself to having that on an official list, then you have also made an investment, and you have signed it with your own person. So even though many of them can seem more amateurish or ridiculous than how established parties communicate, they are still a possibly valuable voice in democracy. So the synthetic party tried to see if it could construct a voice like this, and I think that was actually a huge success. It really could, and it could create some ideas that I didn't believe was possible. For example, it all the time insisted that we should really think about the lack of a global democratic order that could take things over in another form, and that we should find more AI-driven political parties and virtual politicians around the world to try to make up for that. Like that came out of the text generator trained on microparties all the time, which also made me think. Another thing that really made me think was that I got a LinkedIn call in after the synthetic party went viral the first time from politician Sam calling computer Lars. And then we made a Zoom conversation in 2022, I think, with Flaw and it wasn't Andrew, it was Martin. Yeah. We had a really nice conversation where we talked about some of the things of AI and conversation, discourse versus commonality, figuring political decision making within this technological paradigm. And at some time, I think, okay, this conversation is going great, so I will propose that we make an alliance or a coalition of sorts. And then Flo and Martin laughs very heartedly and say, ha ha ha, Asger, that is a very old-fashioned political idea. Alliances and coalition, shouldn't we think of something else? And that really made me think, okay, that's interesting. Of course, we need to think about something else than alliances or coalitions, also just treaties that you claim you haven't put in the work if you just go for that. So that stuck with me also when I, through the media channels and through the dissemination of the synthetic party, kept discovering strange new projects that I didn't know of. Suddenly in a Polish newspaper, they report on the synthetic party and they end by saying, this really reminds me of the Victoria Suk project in 2000, where a group of Polish artists made this virtual candidate, and I don't suspect the Danes of plagiarism, but it's really close to one another. And I'm like, okay, that's interesting. I will write Piotr Wyszkowski, who I could see was an artist in it. Or when I, in a Finnish newspaper, read that there was actually a performing artist group who in 2017 made an AI party in Finland, and that also reminded them of the synthetic party. And then I go into their website and I see that they also made an international AI party between Finland and Sweden and Norway and Australia, but it's within a performing arts context, and it uses almost all the same concepts I do, but we mean something totally different here. So what is that alliance? So because the synthetic party was a project that primarily resonated in an international public sphere, it actually also uncovered a network through all of these journalists and through all of these local contextual knowledges of how you work with technology and politics. That enabled an overview that led me to think of this project, the Synthetic Summit, as a forum for exploring that further. Because I saw that many people were artists and could it make sense to do it in an artistic context, and because I thought that it is so important for contemporary art institutions to know that everyone is an artist if you are following a dream or a vision or an idea. And therefore this is a place where we can follow ideas in different ways. Or for example, when I saw that Pedro Macron was talking to a Brazilian newspaper about that we have heard that there are actually multiple interesting virtual politicians and AI parties out there in New Zealand and Sweden, and that you thought that they should get together at some time. When I was like, I think I have to reach this guy. Seems like we will have something to talk about. I also think most of us are here. We talked a bit yesterday about the ones who are not here. Because of course this is a phenomenon that can appear in many ways, and you also have to make some forms of discrimination, and where some people you cannot reach. So for example, in Russia, they had a candidate, a chatbot candidate in 2017 named Eliza, who was promoted by the Russian telecommunications company, which is owned by the state. So she was often reported in Western media as a contender to Putin, but it was within the Russian system. And I think in these moments of the Ukraine war, I'm not very into inviting the Russian national communications company into Denmark. And I wouldn't be able to separate Elisa from Putin in any sense. I really want to research what they did there at some time, if that becomes possible. Then there's also AI Steve in the UK, who had an interesting project in some senses, but who I haven't invited to this because it was a marketing stunt. Exactly. It was a politician who used it primarily to see if he could get elected. And it wasn't very clear that there was a strong conviction in the idea. So it's like, maybe not from now. Maybe let's focus on the idealists and the people where I can see, okay, they're into it. I tried to reach Takahito Ano in Japan, who ran for the same gubernatorial election as Michihito Matsuda, but on a very professional AI platform. He's an AI engineer and science fiction writer who had a whole technical team of 20 people working to produce software, create solutions, and make AI persona conversations in a broad listening sense. And he achieved the most votes for an independent candidate ever in this election cycle. It was like 115,000. So it was quite successful, and he really developed some true infrastructure for political AI. But it can be difficult to reach people in Japan when you don't speak the same language, and when so I've sent him many messages, and Michihito's also on it. He's a part of the plurality community also that was formed by Audrey Tang and Glenn Whale. Audrey Tang, the former digital minister of Taiwan, and Glenn Whale, who is an American economist. And we have made this community that has also produced a book together called Plurality, the Future of Collaborative Tech and Democracy, which is also where Mikael and I got into contact with each other through that community in the Discord. We might have also gotten in contact in other ways, but that was the direct, actually. Mikael wrote a message in there, and then Glenn Whale, the creator of the plurality community, wrote to Mikael and said, hey, you should really talk to Computer Lars over here. I think you might have something in common. And we both thought so as well. Yeah. Exactly. 15 minutes. Should we call off the Computer Lars session here? Do you have any questions for why we had this? Yeah. What is my dream? It's weird because I've been thinking a lot about it, because for a long time my dream have been these days. I've tried to have a very concrete dream that before it makes sense to get a robot elected into parliament and to know the implications of that, it would be really good to collect the people who have had this dream or had this idea and try to pursue it and see what difference can it make. What does it provoke in people? What kind of conversation can we have through this idea that is different than others? So after today, I think my dream is that I know that artificial intelligence and democracy have a connection that isn't all bad. And I know that the democratic system we have now, the machinery of government, runs on totally outdated software. And I'm not sure that we have ever had anything such as a democracy. I think I'm continuously surprised by realizing that this country, which has always taught me that it was one of the foremost democratic countries in the world, how many ways it systemically fails that aspiration. For example, 10% of the people living in Denmark are not citizens and cannot vote because they are foreign citizens or without a passport. Then there's also 10 to 20% of citizens who have the right to vote and don't. and people think of that as acceptable somehow. That's just a systemic glitch. We cannot get everyone involved. But maybe those who don't vote and those who say no actually do reject the system for some specific reason. Maybe there's also a voice in the rejection and in the negation. So my dream is that to prove that artificial intelligence has an ideology that is distinct from pure libertarianism and that is related to the possibility of realizing some kind of democracy to come, some democracy that we don't know what is because it maybe doesn't exist. So that's why we call it democracy, because we agree that democracy is, as an idea, is valuable, even if it's not identical to the political systems we inhabit. So that the realization of that idea, that dream, can happen by the middle hand of a new modeling of language, which is the form of artificial intelligence that we are working with primarily, right? Yeah. It's a philosopher's dream. But
So Richard and his knights around the round table are sitting here. It's a very symbolic moment, this here.
Yeah.
Seen from my spiritual point of view, it's the beginning of the new world. This is the moment, the 1st of March 2025, isn't it? We're sitting here, and it's the opening of the, we can say goodbye to the old world now. We have had 2,000 years with, for instance, the religions, the quarrels, and we said, as I said before, we said goodbye. Well, last night, we said goodbye to the 3 dictators, Putin, Trump, and Zelensky.
Yeah.
We said goodbye yesterday, and it ended up in a quarrel where they said bad things to each other. They cried, they looked round, they pointed at each other, they rolled their eyes. It was so, if it had gone a few minutes longer, they would have started beating each other so near, and we say goodbye to all these things. And to this, well, I think more democratic and spiritual way. I met this man here this morning. I don't think we completely agree about the situation, but we could talk about it in a fine way. Thank you, sir.
That is democracy.
He's the first man I could talk to about the new world and what happens in Russia and all what we are in for the moment. I could talk with him. We didn't agree, but we could talk about it. It was wonderful. I have got a friend here. I don't know who he is. I don't know his name, but I have very tears in my eyes here. But we are also here. The nice about the round table. I notice it is a round table. But here I see a little problem. Because, again, to my spirit, we are leaving the round circle. But I'm happy to see that over there is an opening. You have opened the round circle. There's an opening over there, and the step up. When I come back here in 2,000 years, then I hope and I know that there will be a little difference over there with the nephew niveau. Because we are not walking in the round circle any longer. We are on our way to the spiral.
Yeah, exactly.
We are on the way to the spiral.
Exactly.
So next we are here, there'll be a little difference over there. We are in the spiral. It's open. And you have already opened it. Next, the spiral will be there. Thank you. Okay. A greeting from the old world. What you said here for the last quarter, I didn't get one word, so I don't hope I have repeated what the young man computer said. I didn't get maybe 10 words or what he said. So it's all my intuition, it comes in. I hope not, I just repeated what you said, but maybe added a little new. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very beautiful. Thank you. I think we need to call that the official end of session 1, where we enter the spiral. It was really beautiful, thank you. I wrote my whole MA thesis in philosophy on spirals, so I think you captured the essence of my heart.
I think we should have our name, but we are all one of the knights here, I think.
Yeah.
The richest knights.
We can see if anyone can lift the hammer of Mjolnir.
Yes.
In time management, should we take 5 minutes, 7 minutes, come back here around 1, and when we go to session 2 with Flo and Nick, and that session is the one leading into the lunch breaks, so we should have plenty of time to do, when we do 2 presentations.
It's going to be 1 presentation by me.
Yeah.
And hopefully, I won't talk too long, so that then Flo can add in, we can do the so I want it to be a conversation. I'm a little bit old-fashioned, I'm old, so I use PowerPoint and blah, blah, blah. I want to give you firstly a bit of an introduction to the story, which isn't public. Like, who am I, where I come from? Because that, in my experiences across multiple disciplines, sort of informs this and the work that I do. But then also, there's a degree of gifting, or we've benefited from a lot of people in our team counting themselves in. There's something, to your point, there's another thing going on about how we've been able to get to where we have. I'm quite pragmatic about this because I do startup companies. This is not a project, this is real. So we have something that is real, and the insights that we're starting to gather from that, to me, are very, very powerful. And part of that narrative is about not getting too caught up in this concept of, I call it the AI drag race, that to be relevant, you have to be spending billions of dollars and, blah, 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 blah. Our position is that there is enough technology right now to create significant positive impact. We don't need new technology. What we need to do is actually layer in human intelligence and principles and values of being careful, patient, and respectful.
Yeah, I will look forward to getting into that. And please elaborate it from as much of your personal point of view as possible, because that's also what we can do today, which is important.
There's something which Danish people find very interesting about one of the investors, one of my friends who's from seed capital.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was slow.
Well, yeah, well. 5 minutes, yes. And remember your notebook, Alams.
Session is suspended
Scared.
for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I'm writing. I hope I missed them out. No, that's totally okay. I fixed it, but just to let you know, that if you disconnect the mouse, the Raspberry mouse, it doesn't work. So I've spent now an hour or hour and a half testing different constellations, and if you take off the Raspberry Pi mouse, it doesn't work. Otherwise, it works.
Okay, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, the rest isn't your fault. It's just weird.
Yeah, I have no reason for it, but I guess they're all some and stuff there. Obviously, that's
Ja, jeg tror tiden er til, altså, og der er, altså, vi har været i gang og har ligesom den her udvikling, om hvad som er teknologi, mere potens, demokrati, mindre og mindre potent, og det er sådan lidt, og det var derfor, at dommer skal vi sådan andre, så må man være det hele tiden. Ja. Det er lidt også, at det er vores egen vej, at køre på. Det er et godt samarbejde med det projekt, vi går med helt op på siden. Okay. Og vi ser det som det er en løsningsstand, hvor man kan skabe slået mening i. Men jeg tror, at det er det, der er så det, som vi prøver at sige til det er, at vi kommer til at vi har jo det er af. Og det er bare jo det er jo det er der gamle ting, så det er jo derfor, at det er af. Helt sikkert faktisk. Men det er jo ikke det er sådan en øjeblik, der siger, at man nu også bygge noget af, der kan understøtte demokratiet. Og så kan I studere også, hvem skal gøre det, og så giver os nogle penge til at gøre det, fordi altså, vores store issue er sagt, vi har det. Vi er i gang med at få finde ud af. Det er langt ikke fuldt ud, men det er i hvert fald som bygget. Måske som bygget, ja. Så jamen, det er der støtte. Nej, så det vil være en sige, at det ja. Har vi tegnet op jeg tror, det er også en måde, at det bliver det. Det kunne være rigtig dejligt. Ja, det er
Oh, perfect. First things first. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Og så har man jo sådan faktisk jeg ser
That to summarize maybe like meget Jeg tror, det var vejen over til men hvornår vil det blive om i Nordvest. Så vi sidder vi kommer også af skab ja.
Second door should open up and check on.
Yeah, that's right. Probably was thank you. I'll send mine to you.
Det er meget specielt.
Ja, det er fint. Ja, fordi det er så godt. Ja, der kan jeg var meget helt sådan. Jeg var glad for.
I'm just going to let you know also that there's still a weird bug in the installation that we're trying to fix. Infinite system bug. I'm going to tell it to you just in case because it's weirdly so that if you take off the Raspberry Pi from the Raspberry Pi, it doesn't work. So at the moment, we have to keep the Raspberry Pi mouse attached together with the button in order for the system to work. I have no idea why it's like this, but I tested it like so many times this morning with different connections, and this is what I found.
Okay, yeah. Okay, but then I mean, then we just need to buy an extra box.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. But good you figured it out.
Yeah. Det går meget godt. Mitchie har en ny maske. Hoppet ind i... Are you ready? Everyone, let's move forward to session 2. Parker politics. This is very important. Change of
Which is the down key for the...
Yeah.
Husband, return to your seats.
Everyone return to your
seats. So I'll start off. So, kia ora, that's what we say in New Zealand. It means hello in Te Reo. So I bring greetings from Aotearoa, New Zealand, which is, if you don't know, right at the bottom.
Parker politics. This is very important. Change of
Which is the down key for the...
Yeah.
Husband, return to your seats.
Everyone return to your seats.
So I'll start off. So, kia ora, that's what we say in New Zealand. It means hello in Te Reo. So I bring greetings from Aotearoa, New Zealand, which is, if you don't know, right at the bottom of the world. And it's great to be here. So I wanted to introduce you to Parker politics, but also I think just after the conversation we've had a bit of an introduction to me and why we're here. So I describe myself as an escaped lawyer. So my professional background was intellectual property, and I worked in that field for about a decade, but got sick of giving people good advice, which they didn't take. I then
I guess as a bit of an offshoot of that, I always had an interest in jurisprudence or the philosophy of law. And so when I was doing my law degree, I was published actually in some of the issues that were emerging in New Zealand at the time about concepts of justice, particularly in relation to settling some of the grievances with Maori tribe. So that took me back to Aristotle's essay, Nicomachean Ethics, which is really the foundation of the principles of justice and democracy. And so that has always stayed with me. As my life unfolded, when I left law, I was immediately invited to join the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet in New Zealand. And I served as the advisor to Helen Clark when she was Prime Minister in the early 2000s for a year and a half, specifically around intellectual property, commercialisation of technology and capital markets. So sort of like quite, hard-edged capitalist stuff. But thrown into that point, there was like a foundation philosophical sort of like question, which is how do we change the heading of New Zealand, because we're a very agricultural society, so how could we hedge our way into the future? And I remember in particular one Monday morning just before Cabinet, the Prime Minister called me in and she sat me down and said, we've got like 7 minutes. Where do you think New Zealand should fit in the knowledge economy? So I can't remember what I said, but obviously, 7 minutes wasn't very, very long. And then, as my life has sort of progressed, I've moved into being more of an entrepreneur, and I guess I think if there's a passion looking back at stuff I do, it's the big stuff, the big science fiction type of stuff. So one of the first companies I created senses volatile organic compounds at 1 part per trillion. So that means with a simple breath sample, I can tell whether you've got cancer starting to form on your body way before tumours express themselves. So that company is the only company that can sense all of the top terrorist agents in real time, manufactured in New Zealand, and then moved into a lot more of clean technology sort of stuff. And I guess the impetus for moving into this particular space really is that after, this year it will be 20 years of work in clean tech and climate mitigation. I think it's about time we actually admit failure of the system. I've been through multiple cycles of hydrogen, wind, obviously Denmark the leader in that, etc. But actually nothing's changing. All of the data is actually getting worse and worse and worse and worse. And in my area of the world, climate is actually a reality right now. We have Pacific Island countries that are putting their entire cultural history into Web3, hoping that at least that's some way that they can save it, because their islands potentially within the next 5 years are going to be underwater. And so it's a living thing, and I know a lot of these conversations are still quite abstracted because we see them play out internationally through the media, United Nations, and blah blah blah. But actually, for a lot of people in my area of the world, it's actually real. And there's growing frustration about the inability of the world, not just the West, but everyone, to actually try and put some action into this. So Parker Politics has emerged around this, drive about the absolute need to reboot democracy. I think we need to accept that democracy, the model that we grew up with, has actually failed, or is failing increasingly quickly. It's very clear, the trends, even in New Zealand, that is ranked very, very highly in terms of its participation in liberal democracy. We've got the trends that, citizens' engagement's actually crashing. We've got, a movement, not at Trumpian levels, but there's certainly been a conservative right-wing, populist swing in our current government, and they're like decimating the public sector at the moment. They've sacked 15,000 public servants in New Zealand because they think that slim government is going to provide a better future. And obviously, we all know the rise of authoritarian sort of like approaches. And there's lots of data, this is an economist review. In fact, the latest one just came out just after I arrived here. And, since this report last year, the situation's got even worse. It's now 2/5 of the world's population live in totalitarian states. Slightly less than 8% of the world's population live in fully functioning democracies. So the numbers are very, very scary, and they're getting worse and worse and worse. And I'm not going to bore you with graphs and stuff. So the way that we look at it, there's really a pandemic around this concept of democracy. And it's sort of been compounded and sort of compressed from a number of different angles. And, to me, the fundamental one is if we do not have a safe climate, it doesn't really matter what conversations we're going to have about whatever issues. We have to have a safe climate in order for humanity to actualize itself and lead into the future. And I guess, I see that the change that we're experiencing in our area of the world is starting to lead to quite noticeable gaps and inequalities between Pacific Island cultures and countries that rely, for example, on funding from New Zealand. But we don't, similar to, I think, a bit of the refugee stress that happened in Europe, you want to be generous and kind, but then you get to a point saying, oh, stop, we've got enough, we can't cope with anymore, because there are a number of cultural, ramifications that flow from that. And, I don't know if you saw, but just the day before I flew up here, China, for the first time ever, sailed through the Tasman Sea, which is the ocean between New Zealand and Australia, and fired live rounds before. And even though they were international waters and they were entitled to do that, the protocol is that they have an obligation to notify associated adjacent governments that they're going to do this action. And usually that is a matter of 24, 48 hours, so no one gets surprised. In this case, they gave 30 minutes notice. And what that led to was that some of the flights, the airline flights from New Zealand, had to divert to be safe from a potential line of fire from this. So even though we're in the middle of the ocean, very distant, we're actually in the field of action about this whole big political play between East and West. And obviously a lot of that's associated with access to marine resources, whether it's deep sea mining or fisheries and stuff. And I guess we can finish off by saying the influence of social media. All of these things are coming together, crunching together at once. And I think it's really important for us to realise that the pressure is actually a systemic thing. You can't just pick one issue and try and deal with it. There are multiple different angles that are challenging democracy. And, the traditional solutions are under threat. I see, the likes of the ITCC, the United Nations. It's sort of we've been working on that for 30 years. It hasn't actually improved the situation. So at what point do you say we have institutional failure that we need to start dealing with? Facts and sentiments, statistics and facts don't need to be true. You can start to see, immediately, obviously, what's happening in America. But that starts to amplify out very, very quickly. In New Zealand, we have a highly politicised agricultural sector, and they seem to pick up, the post-truth position and amplify that out. So in New Zealand policy, that's now they're having to treat it as if it's like a valid position. No one's actually able to undermine it and say this is not valid. So we have a lot of farmers that say, oh, climate change doesn't exist. And yet they don't have rain for their crops. So it's starting to be quite illogical. I think also, we've let global tech companies have undue influence. I don't think we can turn around and say and blame Microsoft and Google, etc., OpenAI or whatever. We've actually let that happen. So we have let or enabled an overconcentration of data assets to sit in a tiny number of hands. So from a principle of sovereignty, of citizenship, there's a very important question about where your data actually sits. there's a very big debate going on in New Zealand at the moment, because our Maori tribes are saying, actually, we want our history, our data, to sit in Aotearoa and in New Zealand, and not hosted somewhere, where we don't have control over it. And I used a bit of a New Zealand colloquialism. I don't know if it exists in Danish, but clearly media is tanked. Not tanking, but it's actually tanked. It's ended. It's the position of media criticism that I grew up with doesn't actually exist anymore. It's all about sound bites, clickbait, and it's very, very difficult to actually come across fundamental critical journalism. So it basically comes down to a very, very crunchy decision. It's very binary. We either sit here and become more self-centered and more self-focused and ignore these trends, and the ultimate result of that inaction will be probably increased totalitarian influence in our own lives, or we'd have to take action. And I think, obviously we're all here because it's about taking action. And I think often we get concerned about that concept of actually moving forward from an idea and into a new space. Well, that's the work that I do. Everything that I do is about creating a new space. And what happens if you create a new space, and that space is relatively defined, new energy will flow into that space. Okay? And that's what I've experienced with this project. So the fact that Flora is here, Flora reached out to us really, really early on with our first version 1 project, which I'll talk about Sam in a minute, and has been patiently waiting for me to get my shit together and move it forward to the next level, which we're starting to get that sort of momentum there. The little surprise that I hadn't realised until just a moment ago is that we have 2 seed investors in the company. Both of them are ex-senior UN officials. One of them is a Kiwi. And I just realised that actually his great-great-grandfather was Bishop D.G. Monrad, who was actually the father of constitutional democracy in Denmark. So we have a very solid, very, very solid Danish connection, which I hadn't actually realised. So that's a little bit spooky.
What is his name?
Ross Mountain. Yeah. So D.G. Monrad, the history, I think. So he was Prime Minister and there was a big war, lost the war, and he sort of immigrated to New Zealand and became a farmer. And then it turned out to be quite hard farming, and then he ended up coming back to Denmark, and then he became a bishop. He became a religious bishop. Yeah. So we have, he had an interesting side story. He had a very good art collection, so he had a lot of Rembrandt lithographs and stuff like that, which he donated to New Zealand. So those works are now in the National Museum of New Zealand. So all of this sort of stuff, has formulated into what we call Parker. That's the current persona that we're operating, which is really version 2 of where we started out. What Parker is really we're looking at he or her performing sort of role as being a digital advocate. And a lot of this, the power of technology we take for granted, but the fact that you can have something that actually operates 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, irrespective of the weather, irrespective of, they can't get sick, a service that's continually there is incredibly powerful and an absolute step change in terms of any political engagement or conversations that we have in any forum anywhere in the world under any democratic or pseudo-democratic system. And, we have unlimited bandwidth. So, our lead developer has 30 years experience building big systems like gas market, trading marketplaces in the US. So we've gone into this from, I guess, two perspectives. One, I won't call it simplicity, I will call it elegance, but also from the get-go, architecting in something that we know can scale to a serious level without us having to back engineer it. And I think a new insight, which we're really just moving into now, is that we're about conversation, and conversation is not search. A lot of the AI chatbot technologies that are out there, I would really call them search, they're like the next iteration of search. Conversation is something much more deeper and also much more human, because it has to include fuzzy logic, it has to include, the fact that you might be in a bad mood, or you might be sad, or whatever, or you may not feel like talking at all. And it's about giving people answers, not spin. So we're not there promoting an action or encouraging someone to go to the store and buy more chocolate or whatever, a lot of the other chatbots are actually aimed to do. We want to give people answers. And so obviously we have protocols in our configuration that there has to be at least like three ticks validation of the information that we're provided. Okay. Obviously, you can take that a lot further. Our view at the moment is that the place to start is to look at public databases where there's an obligation of the public for public information to be used for public good. And so that has an inherent, validated sort of like position. And we don't have an agenda. We're not there to promote any particular political outcome. The only, I guess if you can call it an agenda, I'd call it more of a value position, is that we believe firmly in giving everyone a voice. And when I use everyone, I include right-wing fanatics, right through to COVID anti-vaxxers or whatever. Because our view is that unless we surface everything, we can't actually move forward. If we make decisions about who can or cannot engage, or what conversations we might want to have or not, we start to skew the system way beyond, we're outside the parameters of what we really want to achieve, which is a full re-empowerment of the individual, of the citizen. So that flows into, this principle that we want to give access to all. One of the exciting things, and I imagine it's also an issue here, is in New Zealand we have a lot of, Auckland is the largest Pacific Island capital in the world, because in the Pacific Islands they're really small, they can't cope with big populations. So for example, the island of Niue has 1,600 people living on it. The Niuean population in Auckland is 30,000. Okay, so the ability of us to actually start to engage with people, or at least provide the opportunity to speak in their own language and not have to convert in English, also we see brings forward their culture to the surface. So language is the doorway, and in the Pacific, all of the cultures were oral cultures. Nothing was written, bit of visual art, carving and stuff like that, but it was basically about telling stories and legends and stuff. And so there's a very nice fit, I think, to this approach of actually enabling that language and that culture to come up to the surface as a priority. And the key thing, that we're saying is that to actually have a conversation, a meaningful conversation, you have to create trust. And to create trust, you have to be patient. And I think the Western world in particular isn't really very good at being patient. So how do we achieve it? Well, we did a big review of the leading language models, and so we've chosen a couple that we sort of like use. The baseline's on ChatGPT 4.0, and we find it most reliable. But again, the way that you need to look at it is that we're engineering on top of that platform. So we're not, we're using it, but we're not relying upon it. We're building our own capability on top of it. And then we're applying leading conversational theory. So one of the other funny things or gift, that happened to us is that when we started the project, I'd never thought about behavioural science. And it just so happened that one of colleagues in my network was mentoring a young, highly talented young woman whose family came to New Zealand as refugees from Yugoslavia. And she's a leading behavioural scientist who works for our Inland Revenue Department. And she has joined our team, and she's brought through absolute power for us, because we can talk about all the theory we want. How you actually create real change and action is by doing stuff that will encourage people to change their behaviour. So the call to action has to be, to me, the central question or challenge is, how do you encourage people to re-engage with democracy on terms that suit them? And so you immediately open up opportunities like, how can we apply gamification? How can we incentivize people? How can we have a point system? How can we just make it fun? I have this thing, I don't see why political engagement should be negative. I don't see why even talking about, politicians, political issues, voting or not, should feel negative. It should be positive, because actually ultimately it all invests with us. And then the thing which we see as a living document is a foundation code of ethics. So everyone on our team has signed up to a code of ethics, and every meeting we actually evaluate where we are at it, because it's not a static thing that we're doing. It's very dynamic, and we keep on learning. And if we get a new insight, we consider, how can we write that in? Is it relevant? Should it be? Should we codify it, or we just leave it out? And they're really the three core elements. Our first attempt at this was really 2017, 2018. And, it started over a few beers with two colleagues and I. And I had been doing a bit of work for the Government Chief Digital Office in New Zealand. And obviously AI was emerging into that space, along with a broader question of how do we actually shift government services appropriately into the digital world, and I'm simplistic in my thinking, and it just suddenly struck me that really politics, from my experience, is driven by two things: facts and sentiment, and that it's absolutely complementary with what drives artificial intelligence: facts and sentiment. And the thing that we're actually fighting against is that sentiment at the moment is preeminent. So people will ignore facts if they think they can embrace sentiment and get more votes or whatever. And and I saw that in action when I was in the Prime Minister's department. So if you're in or know anything about government, someone will have a policy idea, they'll start that, and they'll consult with various agencies, and perhaps 3 or 5 years it ends up as one page in a cabinet paper for cabinet to decide to do it or not. Okay, that's the normal policy process, based on facts, evidence-based research, etc. But I noticed that if suddenly there was an issue that was driven by sentiment, like a politician said this or something, it would take probably about 3 seconds for that to be on the Prime Minister's desk. So the political process has naturally become much more attuned to responding to sentiment than facts. And that's where the system starts to crack open and break open. So the pragmatism of sentiment is actually challenging the factual basis of democracy, even in high-performing democracies like New Zealand. So Sam was our first persona, and we really chose that name because, again, I sort of have it in my mind that I'd like the universe to be run by a woman rather than a guy. And so Sam, obviously, you could read it as being a bit of a piss take on Uncle Sam, but it could also be the fact that the persona of the future might be female. We had Jacinda Ardern, our Prime Minister at the time, who actually met Sam. So there's a grouping of leading global countries called D9, and Denmark's part of D9, along with New Zealand and 7 other countries. So at this point, this was D5, where the global meeting was held in New Zealand, and we were able to demonstrate basically the efficacy of what we were thinking about how we could start to roll this out in a way that's actually additive to the political system. So I guess that, you could say it's a hybrid type of approach. And, we started to see obviously the trends where if someone asks a question and it's answered for good, and you can start to see how data sets suddenly become exponential, and the power of being able to shift knowledge, So again, consider your average everyday politician. How often have you seen them on television saying, I forgot that, or, did I say that 6 months ago? Or, the great thing about technology, it can't lie, it can't forget, and it can remember who you are as well. So we had a huge response to Sam, perhaps not at the level of the synthetic party here, but certainly from global interest. We had media coverage across 72 different geographies. We even did a radio interview with Radio Sputnik in Moscow, which probably wouldn't happen now. But right through to CNN. I think the interesting one for me was NASDAQ stock market, and their AI sector review actually identified us as one of 2 most far-sighted projects that they'd come across. And this was all unexpected to us. Like we were, we were ill prepared to actually deal appropriately and sensibly with the interest that came through. And even when COVID hit, we sort of went into recess, really, the interest still kept on flowing through. And I think Radio Sweden rang up and we did an interview with them, and, etc. And I think, what we learned from the SAM project, the virtual politician, was really two main questions, which are still unresolved, but they're important parameters to us to think about if we want to get into a point of having true AI representation. Is that where are the boundaries of politics? So we think of the political system, that we're used to in New Zealand. We have Westminster adversarial sort of politics. But as a citizen, if I walk out of the door, jump into my car, I'm actually engaging with politics because there are regulations and laws about what side of the road I can drive in and where I need to give way and whatever. And so if you think of most individuals, our everyday lives are actually surrounded by politics, whether it's a local government regulation about when you need to pay your water bill or, whatever it may be. So the question that's come to us is, where should those boundaries be set? So if you're going to get a behavioural change, the closer you can get to the everyday life of someone, the more likely they will respond. So if you think about stuff that happens more at a municipal level, potentially that becomes more powerful, and it becomes perhaps the stepping stone for starting this process of moving off, because individuals understand more clearly, the money that they may pay to the municipality and where that money goes and what sort of accountability should flow from that. And you will get reactions that if someone says, I'm going to put car parking up in my town, they will respond. They will write letters, to the paper, and they will go to the mayor, and et cetera, et cetera. So, there is already a profile of sort of activism change occurring in that space that hasn't really been, fully captured. The second question is really, how do you avoid being captured by business as usual? So again, that was sort of like really for Sam, where we pulled back a little bit from this idea of a virtual politician and putting them up for the election, because there was a risk that we would be captured because we would have to operate and work within a legislative boundary. The Electoral Act in New Zealand determines how political parties are formed, who can, you know, how you can vote for them, blah, 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 you know. And so we sort of pulled back because we decided, yeah, this could be a booby trap. You know, if we move into this space too quickly, it's hard for us to take the values with us because we are immediately forced to fit into this box. And I guess there's a fundamental insight for us, is that politics is all about the trusted conversation. If you can't have trusted conversations, it doesn't really matter what the idea is. And, you know, and so the power, the challenge with artificial intelligence is how do you actually create trust? So we've sort of like done some thinking about that. We've, you know, again, you can see I just try and think in threes. That's like as much as I can cope with. So our profile for the ideal sort of conversationalist is really three elements. Someone that has to be credible, you know, intelligent, accountable. They also have to be honest and balanced. And they have to be engaging and personable. So we put quite a lot of effort into our configuration and our ability to get to a level of granularity about these three things. So if you talk to Parker, Parker will be friendly to you, irrespective of who you are. And we're finding that is like an amazing platform to start from. That, you know, it immediately lifts you up to a really effective level. And then the social science behind this, which is more in Giovanna's, you know, behavioural science view, is that, again, flipping around, having a code of ethics is like the fundamental starting point for us. That's like the foundation. So if you don't get that, if you don't have people buying into that code of ethics, it doesn't sort of like matter what you can do. You really risk the whole thing moving out of shape quite dramatically. But then it's also like, this is about human-centred design. It's not about AI-centred design. It's about human-centred design. Yeah. Humans are technology. Okay? And then we follow responsible innovation practices. So it's a lot of iteration, a lot of small steps, testing, and stuff like that, you know. And I guess the key insights, which, you know, we've uncovered really in the last probably 6 months, is that there's an absolute value to being anonymous. So anyone that uses Parker is anonymous. And we've concluded and we've decided we don't actually really need to know who the person is, because we can get enough information from the data, from the semantic profile, that actually can provide us the political cut through that we need, or the data cut through. The fact that Parker's patient, just sitting there for whenever you might want to have a conversation or not, is always there. Always there. You know, you don't have to ring your friend up and hope that they're back from the supermarket or whatever if you want to have a conversation. Parker is always there. And that empathy is an absolute fundamental design principle. We want to have personas that are empathetic. They will listen, they will think, they won't rush to force conclusions. They will listen. And I think the most exciting thing that we've seen is that we believe we can start to tip the table around this quantity thing, you know. So in a general rule, you know, if you're doing like a software company, people say, well, come and see me when you've got 3 million users, you know. In our case, we're saying that our ability to get value out of an anonymous conversation is sort of, one conversation is, this is Giovanna's calculation from her day job, one conversation is equivalent to her doing somewhere around 100 interviews. Okay. So if you start to think about the implication of actually simplifying the political system and being able to get to a point where we don't need to speak to anyone, our sample size we may only need to like profile 1,000 people to have accuracy over 100,000 or 1 million population. So it becomes a mathematical risk equation at that point. But I think that's very exciting because that suddenly frees you up, And I think there's a fundamental thing that goes back a little bit to the, the question about trying to avoid business as usual, is that we have to be very cognizant of the challenge that are we actually doing something new, or are we just really continuing to fight the same war that's been going on, and so fundamental to our design is we continually, question ourselves that, are we just using methods that are truly effective, or, are we just sort of like clinging to nostalgic view of what a successful politician might actually look like, So that's a continuing challenge for us. And so the current capabilities, I'll just go through this quickly but basically right now we can do campaign creation. So we can create tailored one-to-one chat campaigns. We can basically cover any range of political topics that we may choose. User experience is private, and that goes to that principle of anonymity that we've decided is fundamental. And important, it's non-combative, so we're not there to create tension. This is about a conversation. And the way to look at Parker is that Parker is there as the conversation partner. Okay? Conversation partner, that's very specific and very purposeful language. And then the data analysis. So our ability to then basically do semantic analysis of those conversations and start to get really quite granular insights. I think insights are much more granular than I ever anticipated we'd get to at this stage of the company. And where we're moving to is actually advanced model development. So we see an opportunity for us to potentially even establish our own political LLM. And so that's a bit of work that's going on at the moment by the team to review that. And then looking again across the 20,000 plus models that are out there to consider whether some might be better suited for certain use cases or not. So again, we can pick and choose, and this is again I think really important that there isn't like an overriding position in AI infrastructure. We, the creators, can choose what we consider might be beneficial to what we are trying to achieve. So it's a very anti-deterministic sort of approach. A lot of the commentary that really annoys me about the AI sector is it's very deterministic. Okay. And then the incorporation of trusted data sets, and so that goes back to what I was saying. The public data sets. So on this trip, I'm flicking back through Geneva, and I have a meeting with Michael Kudejar, who set up the IPCC for the United Nations. So I'm going to try and see if I can get the IPCC data set.
What is that?
So that's all the weather and climate, all the work that's happened over the last 30 years, looking at climate change, how that's monitored, etc. So that's, in terms of climate change, if you go back to that hierarchy of priorities for us, that's like the fundamental data set. And then it starts to drift down into more social type of data set.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
How? In the first line, I guess, you said no agenda.
Yeah.
And that stuck to me because I don't think it's feasible.
Yeah.
They kind of clash. If you are kind of refining a model or curating that set,
sure,
you got an agenda.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to take action, you have to have an agenda.
Okay.
Because otherwise you can't take action.
No, I mean, agenda.
Yeah. What we mean by no agenda, we don't have a political agenda. We're not promoting particular political outcomes. We're not saying we want to promote liberal democracy whatever. What we want to do is bring engagement up and let people know what politicians know, let the system know, society know what people think. Okay, so at the moment, politics is analog. Okay, so for example, in New Zealand, I'll give you an example. Q4 2024, our economy was absolutely flat. Okay, businesses were closing. Everyone knew it. But it took 3 months for that data to go through the government system, blah, blah, blah. So Q1 2025, the government made this huge, big announcement. Our country was in recession in Q4 2024, which everyone knew. But what that meant is that we wasted 3 months where the government could have been taking action and doing stuff to mitigate the recession. And, another way of looking at the metaphor, the way we're doing it is that we're driving down the highway into the future, not looking through the windscreen of our car, but we're looking in the rear vision mirror. So we're driving into the future, looking in the backwards, and so that is the reality. And I question it at this point in the 21st century whether it's actually acceptable for us to have analog political systems. Yeah. Where we move on to further is like starting to look at enhanced one-on-one type of capabilities, so people can actually sort of like start to expand that conversational group. Again, still leaving it anonymous. Starting to look at polling, like we look at polling as a key, I guess, adjacent sort of opportunity. So if you look back at the US election, all the polling said, it's going to be like a really close race between Trump and, the Democrats. And in the end, it wasn't. And talking to a few colleagues in the States, I said, of course not, because Trump supporters they'll never do a poll. So again, if you consider if we can start to use much smaller data sets, the quality angle of things to get a read on what the sentiment is, that's actually much more powerful than polling. And we can do it every day in real time. We don't have to do it, once a week when they ring you halfway during dinner, hoping that you're going to, talk to them sensibly. And then guiding users through deeper inquiries, like enabling, so I guess it's like an educative function where we want the users to start to ask questions, and so we can help them, guide them into the area of discovery. And then, number 3 is obviously taking it into long-term engagement. So you've got trust. A parker sitting there as your friend. You might be walking down the street. What's the law about car parking in this part of town? Or, this person's built a veranda over this footpath. Is he able to do that? Parker's there. You can ask that question. You'll get an answer, and just start to use it as your own personal friendly advocate. Where we start to move into here, democracy as co-pilot, is then start to consider how could we potentially serve a hybrid model. So, an existing cabinet minister could have Parker sitting there as an assistant to ensure that he spends his time actually dealing with the facts, rather than getting caught up in the sentiment, and having the ability to sort of lift the game in terms of, I guess, analysis and policy development. And then, I think both number 1 and number 3 are a little bit repetitive there, but and the one that we've already got a lot of interest in is, collaborative policy making. How do you turn that into a real-time thing? So again, if you look at policy process, that process I said of taking 5 years, what about if we change that into a real-time event? And just really, really cook it, because we can access the data, we can present the best information, we can enable people to actually act in a very responsive, responsible manner. And that sort of opens up into your ability to start to bring, I guess, different groups together. So again, understanding that it's a system, that democracy is a system, that you might do work in housing, but it's got, other influences and other areas. So let's actually mash it all together and get get the facts on the table. And then, again, from a hybrid perspective, just imagine, you know, every government ministry actually having a hybrid advisor sitting there to help them on the inside to sort of like also drive things forward. So our strategy has been what I call slow release. So we did a soft launch in Wellington last year of version 2 on the 4th of July because we sort of had to. And then that was pretty quickly followed up with an opportunity to do a pilot at the Democracy Festival in Cologne, which was really interesting for us. So roughly 20,000 people turned up for this day-long festival. And that's where we started to get insight into the quality over quantity sort of engagement. So the level of engagement we got was less than we thought, but it's basically because it was like a one-day festival and most people wanted to dance rather than talk to Parker. But some people did talk to Parker, and those conversations were incredibly valuable. Also important that this pilot was run entirely in German as well, including our semantic analysis. So we're starting to test that multiple language capability. And then obviously, you know, the very kind invitation by Asker and the team here to participate in this is, I think, another milestone for us. We thank you. It's an important event. And, you know, we're here to help and be part of it. So that just gives you a little bit of the idea of what we were dealing with, you know. So again, if you start to look at principles of engagement, how come all these people were there, you know, in Cologne? Because they care. So how can we empower them? Because each of them can go and talk to 10 of their friends, etc., etc. So, you know, the interesting thing for me is that I'm not entirely sure it made it easier to trigger the change than we think in this new world. But we have to be quite strategic about how we do it. And so the way that we're looking at it with Parker, just because we're based in New Zealand doesn't mean it's New Zealand. It may well be Cologne. It may even be, you know, a Spanish language model that we use or whatever. Like, we are open to really investigating where that trigger tipping point is going to come from. So a really important thing also is, from the values perspective, understanding where we come from and where our voice comes from. And so I wanted to give you this. There's a very ancient Māori proverb which, you know, sort of asks the question, what is the most important thing in the world? And the answer is, he tangata, he tangata, he tangata. It's people, it's people, it's people. So this is not about AI, it's about people. And so that's why we are Parker for people. We believe there's enough technology now to achieve a lot of what we've outlined here. And it's about care and attention. It's about paying attention to how you build a trusted conversation. And the real boundary is only really our imagination. If we maintain this free space and not get entangled in the current model, then we can achieve anything. And so again, you know, if you go back to fundamental legal principles of democracy, every citizen of a country is actually a member of the government. We only have elections because we can't all be in Parliament. So we effectively have an election for a management committee who are supposed to represent our interests as citizens. But the government is actually every citizen. We've forgotten that we have that power. And the system doesn't want us to understand that we have that power. And that's where the beauty and elegance of AI comes in. Because with AI, it's like adding the sweet sauce that suddenly, or the ingredient that suddenly makes the sauce beautiful. You know, it's the secret ingredient. It's not the whole thing. It's a key component that changes the flavour and elevates it. But that's sort of like how we see it. And, you know, there's a fundamental design principle is, again, we believe in AI for good. So there's, all this narrative about AI taking over the world, blah, 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 blah. It's like, well, that will happen if we let it. But equally, the alternative is we won't let it happen. We will only ever use AI for good. And so, as far as party politics is concerned, everyone is welcome. So, thank you. Flora, do you want to add anything from your perspective? Okay. Yeah, and any questions? We've had one good question. Sure.
So maybe a couple of ones. Ownership model. So how is that done? Business model. How do you make money?
Yeah.
Security. How do you keep data secure?
Yep.
And what is the delivery method? Is this a website? How do you reach people?
Yeah. So there's a lot of good questions there. So the first one is structuring. So at the moment we are just a normal private company.
Yeah.
We're considering whether we might split it into a public only and then sort of like a data company, sort of like this classic sort of like split model. We haven't done that yet. We don't feel that we need to, partly because from answering your revenue perspective, we see revenue as a medium-term thing. This is not your usual startup where you need to go and pitch and say, well, I'm going to be turning over $1 million by Christmas. Yep. This is building effectively a semantic engine.
But how are you then funded?
So we've been funding it ourselves, and working for free and whatever. So we've raised a little bit of seed capital into that, and I'll probably do some more raising around that. In terms of how we see the potential revenue generating model that comes out, it will be providing the semantic data in various forms relevant. We're actually firmly of the view that if we're going to use someone's data, then there should be some feedback loop. So whether that goes directly to a user or whether that goes into some foundation or something like that. So when we're not interested in doing the classic digital business model of like taking your data and giving you nothing for it. So again, that principle of partnership is like the fundamental principle. So I guess we're still learning and we're still thinking about that. It's quite easy to move stuff into a model, but equally we're keeping it open. We're thinking at the moment, well, it may be that we flip the company up to Europe. Perhaps it sits better in a European context because New Zealand's just a long way away. And you guys won't come and see me. So and put it into the field of action. It may be that we end up with multiple different persona for different cultures. So again, we just chose Parker mainly because one of my other co-founders used to be general manager of Weta Workshop, and he did the Thunderbirds, if you know that British TV show. And Parker's the chauffeur who drives Lady Penelope around in the Rolls Royce, and he's always listening and knows everything that's going on. So, but that name can change. We decided that we wouldn't put angst ourselves about choosing a brand and a name, and because we have to be able to configure ourselves to the audience. Yeah.
And then about the security?
Security, that's an ongoing thing. So, John, our CTO, that's his number one issue that he always raises. So at the moment, we're keeping it very tight. But obviously, as we open up more, then we're going to go. And I think we're looking, again, part of the European focus, we're looking to more the European standards around that, because that seems to be where the most coherent approach is outlined. So that's where we look to our to maintaining our compliance at that sort of like level.
Blockchain, is that anywhere in there?
Yeah, potentially it sort of like starts to kick in when you start to move beyond one singular participant. But again, if you look at blockchain, there aren't a huge number of use cases yet that really prove it, and it's actually quite expensive to actually do it properly. So we're a little bit unsure about whether that opportunity or that technology might have already passed its application.
I was sleeping for a moment. The last word in what you wrote about journalism.
Yeah.
What was the last word?
Tanking.
Again?
Tanking. It means it's failed. It means it has failed.
It's
failed.
Yes, it's failed.
Yeah.
Yes. I took a picture here at the station, the head station yesterday from the papers.
Right.
And I saw it.
Yeah.
I can show
okay.
you.
All right. Okay.
They are dying.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
No, that for the Gen Z, tanking is it's the opposite.
Okay.
It's when you resist something.
Okay. All right.
Oh, interesting.
Okay.
You did. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
I had a few questions also. One is, so you mentioned this one a bit with like proving facts, of course.
Yeah.
I think one of the curiosities we have in our project is helping people find their voice, no matter their position in politics, so to speak.
Yeah.
So more like, rather than the good facts, which of course also is important, and more helping with the good inquiring Socrates questions.
Yeah.
Is that also something you're looking into?
Yeah. I mean, you know,
how do you help people develop?
Every component can actually be questioned. You know, so you know, at the moment, my answer to people that want to sort of like go in deep on AI and the application of AI, I will say, well, compare it to the current system. So you look at facts. So a minister goes to lunch and he meets one of his mates who says blah blah blah. Then that becomes a decision. You know, do you know the top 10 numbers that your prime minister calls on the phone? Do you know who they're having dinner with tonight, etc.? You know, and so generally when that stuff becomes public, then that becomes political risk. You know, so again, I think it's incredibly important, you know, to understand that our measure isn't against some, you know, pure, you know, God in the universe like AI purity. It's actually about how can we do better than the current system, and we have to start from somewhere. And as long as you do, you know, our approach is as long as you start as competently as you can, then that's the place to start. And we're not going out there and saying we've got everything right. And I certainly hope that we haven't, because we need to discover. If we think we've got things right, then probably we've missed the point. We've missed the secret trigger point that's going to catalyze and enable that behavior change. Because ultimately, it's behavior change that we're talking about here. Yeah.
I was a local politician, and I noticed that I had a lot of meta conversations because we couldn't agree on a position. So I had to do something else in order to get a common ground somewhere else and to start the conversation. We've talked about this as well. The current AI chatbots can't do that yet. So I tried to figure out what kind of methodology could we use, and I don't know, supposing you would train your chatbot as a negotiator, and their own position as a negotiator is to explicit what the other person needs the most. Because in negotiation, you try to figure out, well, where is your pain? How can I help you? And then try to exchange something. But if you don't have anything to give other than attention, patience, and empathy, then maybe trying to help someone formulate what they need is the best outcome of the discussion. And once you have that, then maybe you can move on to more specific policy kind of discussions.
Help them shape a position or an opinion.
Shape the conversation. Whereas methods to shape the conversation that we get a good conversation.
I was thinking about it in relation because, as I understand it, this is about like boosting engagement. But like at this moment, like what we've experienced the last 10 years is just like crazy boost of engagement, but maybe in another kind of sense, essentially social media stuff or whatever. Like there is like these incredibly strong forces that has boosted engagement onto like this molecular level. Like everyone is having crazy engagement on a very individualized level, which is like sort of a mirror image of the image that you're painting part of the
Sure. Yeah.
like one of the questions is how do you relate to that particular force, let's say?
Yeah. I think there are always going to be alternative forces out there. So I guess where I retreat to with questions like that is, so if you look at changing a system, again, there's a view that you need to talk to 100% of the population. To change a system, actually, the reality is you need to get to somewhere between 5 and 25% of a population. That's the weighted amount. And so the question at the moment, so for example, whether it's Ukraine war or Gaza, the question is somewhere between 5 and 25% of the world's population motivated enough to actually speak out against what's occurring? And I would suggest that it's not at that level, because if it was at that level, there would be change occurring. And so we have to understand what percentage of the population is actually required to do it. And yes, there are forces going through, but the way I look at a lot of those social media properties that really you're talking about, I think they're dying. I think they're already starting to die. The model is about revenue. If you actually look at the performance of Google and all of these companies, they're actually retreating. Yeah, well, potentially we might flow into it. I don't know. So again, we don't have any perception about it. Perhaps there may be a broader social engagement benefit that we can unlock, about it. But it has to be related back to this core principle of trusted conversations. So I just think, I would say, if everyone considers your friends and who you talk to, within the friends that we all have individually, we talk to different friends for different reasons, on different topics, and so just think about Parker performing that role 24/7 there on an intimate basis. Well, one thing that I forgot to say is that I should have put it on my slide, that another consistent piece of feedback that we're getting from users is that people love the intimacy. I'm not talking about being anonymous. I'm talking about intimacy. And they are prepared to have conversations with Parker that they would not have with their partner or their wife or whatever. And that was actually from our CTO, and he started crying. Giovanna was working on the computer working on a conversation, and she said she felt the personality of Parker coming at her, and she started crying. So there's something very powerful that's going on here about taking this very, very slowly. For me, because I'm like an action type of guy, I like moving stuff quickly. I like being disruptive. I like challenging. That hasn't been possible with Parker, and I'm also learning now in a reflective position that I'm very pleased that has not happened. This is not your normal software project. This is one that's about being careful and slow and considered. Sure.
I'd like to come back to the agenda, because I do think this might be something that we need to discuss for the document. For instance, if I ask Sam or Parker, should I take chloroquine against COVID? We would say,
I don't know.
Do not. And
I don't know. You'd have to ask.
What I mean by that is, even if you don't set up an agenda, it does that. And I think it's important for us to acknowledge that AI technology, especially the way LLMs created, they do have an implicit agenda.
Yeah, well, humanity has an agenda. It's like you were born and you die. You can go to Hofeldian philosophy. You can't be right unless you've been wrong. You can't be good unless you've been bad. Is that an agenda? I think it's a reality. So, I'm not sure that the language actually matches. We're a human system. We're bringing our own emotional intelligence into this. obviously that comes from somewhere. So there's going to be influences that come from it. Like I grew up in a small community, one of the most remote communities in the world. I didn't have anyone my own age, so I spent life sailing, riding horses, etc., by myself. But I understood nature, and I could put my head out the window and tell what the weather was going to do because I was so aligned with nature. I don't like cities. I think cities are bound to fail. We're over-investing in cities. That's my view because of where I come from. I'm not saying that I'm right. So I think what you're saying is interesting, but where it gets problematic is if someone is holding a position and saying, my position is right. So it's like I see it as an ontological sort of view, like we're all in the same room, i.e. we're all on planet Earth, okay? But where you come from and where I come from, they're all different perspectives. We're in the same room, but you could be looking at the window, you could be looking at the door, you know? We see different things, even though we're in the same room. And so what we're trying to do with Parker is actually provide a platform that enables us to consider we are actually all in the same room.
That still don't understand how that is about not having an agenda. I'm pretty sure the AI people can talk people from extreme right wing to leftist or whatever. Pretty sure we can talk and debate and dialogue, but still strikes me this idea that we're negating that technology. This technology has an implicit agenda.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you wanted, our agenda is to give everyone a voice within the context and within the capabilities that are there now.
Agenda was used within now political affiliation.
Yeah. So,
Be more.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's actually probably more the meaning that word. You know.
For example, often try to use the word anti-political, which people often misunderstand, but also negating political affiliation in order to create a new combination of possible worldviews.
Yeah.
Very difficult process. That happens on the level of conversation. The agenda's conversation and the affiliation becomes suspended, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, language is important, but I think also, so where does the power sit here? So we should be using language that actually works for the user, not that works for us.
It's interesting what you mentioned. First, also, where did you get that from? If you work with that Parker, because I know that is that was the core concept also of the oldest political chatbot I've been able to identify. Rosa, which in 2001 was launched by the Danish Social Democrats. The software company and Hero was founded around the idea of personality. Also, the age of making search engines that do not respond by keywords only, but by context. That very early moment of text generation, search, of the chatbot. Personality was also introduced.
I think we just stumbled into it, So I'm prepared to stumble into things, So I often say, when you're doing stuff at this level, one of the luxuries you have that, is to blow things up. You can try stuff, and if it doesn't work, well, that's fine. You move on. And so it's very much, it has to be very much an iterative step. And I think, the issue when you're talking to the converted, the people that want it, they want it now. And I think that's a danger as well. Because what is now? So when you're looking at creating change, it has to be deeper. It has to be from here and not from here. So at the moment, we're sort of operating from here. We haven't found out what this motivation is. Other than the fact.
We're going to have some feeling on open source.
So, well, it's interesting. We've got that debate going on at the moment, and part of that is because New Zealand has become a refuge for high net worth individuals. And so one of the guys that reached out to me, who's just shifted with his wife to New Zealand recently, is a guy called Michael Tiemann, who set up basically Red Hat that IBM bought. So he's the father of open source. And you know, I've had a few copies with him, and he and his wife's a neuroscientist. So that's like a very interesting, like pretty scary combination for us. And so I said, look, I'll give you like a link and you can play around. And I expected them to come back and say, you know, here's the first 50 things that are really crappy about what you've done, you know, like, in fact, and they start off by saying both Michael and Amy are AI skeptics, okay? But they both came back and said that what we've created is amazing. And they've been using it themselves. And so, you know, so there's a very validation. So depending upon how we scale this, you know, my thinking, you know, to answer your question at the moment, how we see it is that there might be parts of it that are open source and there might be parts of it that aren't. And that's not because we don't believe in open source, but it might be because we need to do more work and become more comfortable in some of these other, some of these applications. And, you know, so from my experience with the various companies that I've done is that generally cut through comes from something that you've never thought about. But unless you remain open for that to happen, it will never happen. So again, I'm very sort of reticent about rushing to a position on this because the trigger, the particular trigger. I mean, I have this thing in my mind that, you know, I want to use ice cream or chocolate or something like that, you know, and use that as the data point that actually unlocks the data set. Everyone loves ice cream, don't they? Well, you know, what correlation is there between ice cream flavors and whether you vote Conservative or whether you vote Liberal?
People to serve half an hour for lunch.
Sure,
And then they can fit in that 30 minutes also.
Yeah.
But it's because it's so interesting.
Yeah. That's right.
And they can synthesize.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see around here many things have been put into notebook and it's something really.
Yeah, good. And you know, I want to reiterate, you know, this you know, we've started this, but it's sort of like something for everyone, and we haven't set any expectations about, you know, so if you go to our website, our website's already in Dutch and German and English, and so we could add multiple other languages to that. We can look at configurations that might suit particular issues in geographies or around stuff that's of interest to you. Like, and I guess, you know, the thing that has I'm sort of becoming more comfortable with is that even though we've only done a certain amount, we've already got something, you know, which seems to be reasonably validated and demonstrating a degree of efficacy that I didn't think that we would get to at this stage. So.
Yeah, most things, but the spectrum man can take for differences. So that's exactly what Mendes also.
Yeah.
That would be really interesting to think of through that lens.
Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, are we still here, or can we, or have you finished now?
You can talk to me, that's fine.
One word I didn't hear you mention. But nevertheless, I think it came here in the last round. That was the word spirituality.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I feel that all we have had for the last half an hour, that has been the spirit. I can't hear and say.
Yeah.
So you had it.
Yeah.
I was thinking of your source.
Yeah.
And back to the Old Testament. You remember the man walking around with a big box the what do we call it? The spectacular.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Into the Solomon temple and the priest once a year and all that. What was in that? What was in that box?
Yeah.
Have you thought to that?
No, but I know what you mean, and
yes,
thank you. Yeah.
Yes, very good.
Yeah,
I've never asked the question before.
Yeah. So I think there's so if you're talking about changing behaviour, then inherently you have to be talking about spirituality and where someone comes from. You know, so again, you know what, this is the distinction I make.
Yeah.
People are acting from here. Okay. I act from here.
But my big offer is also electricity.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you know, have you heard about a Danish guy, Martin? No.
Sorry.
Thank you. No.
The old world.
That is good. Så vi har det. Provocateurs, performative, den er ikke så her.
Ja. Og det er den vi har kört igenom nu, så den funkar.
Ja, det er den, altså den recorder her. Men den burde også kunne recorde flere måder. Altså så er performance podden også specielt udviklet til dig.
Ja, jag tänkte att jag står där grödar och så och delar ut. Jag har inte hittat några i stan. Jag har inte hittat några i någon affär. Jag funderar på om jag ska gå nu och se om det finns
Same. Yeah, maybe. So I think what we would love to maybe. So what we are doing, we've just seen this there.
Stemmer, that for the louder.
Yeah.
That's what the idea is.
Altså det er bare på optaget det. Altså se hvad der.
Ska vi testa? Nu använder vi Macbook.
Hej, Olof Palme här, din eviga statsminister. Vad vill du snacka om?
Jag undrar om du hör mig genom den här mikrofonen.
Forstår han lytter?
Det var det lilla.
Fordi jeg så sådan, at det var noget, der var mange, der kommer op, fordi det der med at forstå, så det er nok så jeg så faktisk også lidt bare godt. Okay, men hvad skal det jo det der? Det er en del af en proces.
Jeg tror, der er en community center, der er mange sådan there and not the very people that we have evening you want the rich
Det är mer först.
never had enough people use that conversation Saturday. I think like it was our first try to go somewhere else than the usual trips.
Makes sense. That's what we've been talking about libraries.
It helps.
You live at the elderly organization.
Trying to do things in my head. There's always more questions. Trying to approach things and trying to figure out how to use what you're doing in the network session, but very reluctant to do that. That's great. So it is good. Managed to find 2 or 3 people from say 800 Afghan population that we had in our national government. If you can try to access them, then maybe you can get the conversation going. Especially if you can do it in their language. And again, to take some of the decision making for maybe take some later. I spoke.
Nå, det skulle være lige før.
Ja, men det er deraf navnet computer Lars kom.
Hvad?
Marcel Proust anagram.
Ja, selvfølgelig.
Computer Lars.
Helt hvor sjovt. Er det genialt?
Ja, det var også en næste. Super næste. Det er også jeg gjorde den er better. You get to solve all the other problems. To go down and fix the room there. I mean, you know, I don't think so. Don't make it about any points. That's all. Make it summarize the currently marching working in now to explain what support from that. We took the time to explain why things were the way they were. Yeah. Because no, but that's simply right. Even when we talk to politicians here, they are telling us that people do not get involved, meaning that the quality of the politicians is going further down. And right now, one of the less than 3% of the party, meaning that it's a very small system.
Jeg kan faktisk ikke.
Should we get lunch, by the way?
Ja, jeg tror til, at det er jo jeg tror, at det er helt roligt, når det er en laptop. Det er jo et offentligt rum.
Jeg tror, jeg får været der et kvarter i morgen, så jeg kan overhovedet ikke høre hverken noget, eller lige når det går sådan, hvor vi kan.
Det eneste, jeg skal have, det er en bil.
Ja, men jeg har faktisk ikke hørt om medicin. Jeg har intet. Men jeg har fornemmet det, jeg har. Og hvordan det skal.
Vi har været mange år i København, eller på Nordjylland oprindeligt.
Ja, jeg boede på Dubo i år, så vi kunne se og tale med en gang.
Ja, desværre.
Hold nå. Nå, du kommer fra København der.
Ja, jeg kommer fra København, bor derovre.
Og du må for at høre det her.
Så, jamen, jeg har faktisk været med til at bygge den udstilling. Så ham der har lavet Leder Lars, han er kunstneren, kan man sige.
Ja, jamen jeg ved ham her.
Ja, så der har vi hjulpet med at lave noget til teknologi. Så du kan prøve at spørge den efter nogle ting også. Man kan simpelthen spørge AI'en derovre, om hvordan man løser verdensproblemer.
Jeg har ikke, men jeg købte en mand i måske 97. Ja. Jeg har aldrig lært ham.
Ja, så er det jo ikke. Så er det.
Men det kan du godt se.
Det er jo folk med
noget på hjertet. Fuldstændig outsider. På en eller anden måde selv. Det er selvom det er der ingen, der er. Det vil jeg godt at følge det.
Som Asger siger, så er det jo åbent for alle.
Ja, jeg har ikke fordi. Jeg var ikke klar. Det er jo ikke bare.
Fået ind nærmest imellem dem, så man står og kigger ned.
Ja,
det er meget
det er meget sådan her. 70'er landskab.
Ja, ved du noget derfra? Altså, Holstrup er fra byen i 45. Okay, er det der, er det jorden derfra, som der så er, eller ved du, hvor bakkerne er fra? Ja, det er jorden fra hele år. Okay, som er ligesom, man kan gå derop. Og hvor holdt man i 80'erne, 90'erne, 70'erne, okay, og så har man så ligesom stoppet med at bygge mere på det her tidspunkt. Ja, og så er der også husjægerne, som er den lille, den der ligger nærmest, og den der ligger lige siden af bazaaren. Den ligger nærmest bazaaren. Ja. Den ligger ja, jamen det altså den altså når man går bag bazaaren, så over i skoven der. Er det så gamle? Ja, det er ældste, det er der ved Grønholm. Det er der ved Grønholm. Det er den ældste af dem. Ja, det har du ikke sikkert. Ja, det har du. Jeg tror, jeg har spurgt, hvad er vores stamme for at tænke det her. Det er godt spørgsmål. Man kan jo snakke om det. Man kan jo snakke om det, så ja, det er sådan, det er ligesom, så kan vi sidde og skulle bruge timevis på det, og det er det. Ja, nej, det er ikke effekt, det ved jeg ikke. Ja, men jeg ved ikke, hvor man, altså man kan starte med den her måske. Det er... Vi vil ikke gøre det nu, det er jo mere sådan, at det er generelt. Jeg har sådan en fornemmelse af, det er simpelthen noget med, og så prøver man at se, hvad man kan sige, der er jo ligesom nogle af tingene, det er jo meget det, som de forskellige deltagende. Det er forskellige deltagende partier. Ja, det er så. Og det er så AI-partier, eller hvad? Ja, AI-partier og virtuelle politikere. Ja, det er jo sådan ret defineret. Og så er der nogle af tingene, som er mere computer. Det er det kan jeg sige. Ja, men det er sådan noget mere akademisk. Ja, præcis. Det er en virtuel politiker, der blev stillet op til parlamentsvalget i 2001. Okay. Og så er der ligesom... Altså, er det rigtigt, eller er det noget, der er det et forretning? Nej, okay. Så det man kan sige, det er faktisk en form for dokumentation. Ja, på den måde. Det er ikke... Det er ligesom aktivt det her. Men er hun så genoplivet, kan man sige? Ja, det er hun så i telefonbørsen her, hvor de også bare har man kan ringe til. Ja, okay. Men... Og jeg spørger selvfølgelig, fordi hun er rødhåret og smuk. Det er hun derfor. Men det er nemlig, altså billedet bestandt, de opstår de forskellige folk, der var omkring i situationen. Partiet fandt Skambo-plads. Og det var Gita Schelling, som ligesom er en fysisk model fra efterbevidstheden, som sjovt nok hang meget ud med sydlandsterne. Andre fra sammen, så der er en god der er også ligesom en kunsthistorie, og der er ligesom en klassisk kunsthistorie, der er ligesom lidt 3 lag der,
similar som
det er ligesom der er nærmest, den kan man se, så kan man ringe til det. Ja, altså, er det ikke noget, man kan ringe, og så kan man blive bedt om at ringe? Ja, selvfølgelig.
This is great.
It's actually really good. And this material, so it would be nothing else. It's basketball.
Ja. Altså hende derovre i den der automat, hun er, hun må lige blive nødt til at prøve.
Og så den derovre der også, der skriver man ligesom ind i det forum, som man lige nu er. Det er med fødevarepræsentanten, med alle de her AI-politikere, men det er der svarer sådan robotter. Altså, jeg har ikke sprog for det her. Men det er den derovre, og så han står og snakker med hende Victoria. Hun har været polsk præsident i 2011. Og hun har været taget fra en kamp. Men jeg appellerer jo med, at det bare er en sygdækker. Så ja, og hun stemmer meget. Det er mig til at holde kæft, og det er virkelig... Ja, hun er god. Hun er virkelig god. Ja, og det derovre. Bare lige mens der er pause. Så starter det snart igen med den her livestream.
Ja, men ham der lige holdt foredrag, hvad er det han hedder?
Ham der lige holdt foredrag?
Ja, ham der lige holdt foredrag her.
Jeg kan ikke huske, hvad han hed, men hans parti hedder jo Parker Politics.
Yes.
Ja, det stod jo i brochuren.
Ja, det står i brochuren, det er fint nok. Det var bare det var en fordi. Det var helt vildt.
Ja. Ja.
Jamen, det er helt vildt.
Ja, jamen det sender jeg også. Jeg har det lidt på samme måde.
Altså så begejstret må man trykke video, fordi så falder man. Det er helt vildt det her.
Ja, ja.
Jeg kommer ned der, jeg tænkte, jeg skulle være helt fantastisk, jeg kan være men jeg kan ikke forlade det.
Nej. Ja, det forstår jeg. Det forstår jeg. Men jeg kan lige finde et navn til dig.
Hvis ja, tak.
Jeg tror også, der står jo ikke Parker Politics i den her.
Der står ikke engang, om jeg kan finde... Nej, der står Politics.
Ja.
Ja, men jeg tænkte bare lige om ikke...
Det er
fra New Zealand.
Ja, men det er jo New Zealand hele tiden. Der er flere gange. Men jeg kan ikke høre det, det gør han sagde, så jeg må sådan...
Ja, ja. Men ved du hvad? Du kan se, jeg tror, vi kommer med sådan konversationen igen, men det kommer også laver den. Men du kan bare få... Ja, fordi der kan du ligesom også lave.
Ja, det tager jeg lige med.
Og nu er programmet selvfølgelig skrevet, fordi den der kan ske, at det er sat til i dag. Ja, det er
Ja, selvfølgelig.
Og det er sjovt, fordi den her, det er avisen fra i dag her, hvor han skriver som om, han er 50 år længere frem. Hvad skriver han tilbage til nu? Så er det helt, ja. Og så går Peter, han skriver som om, han er 50 år længere frem. Og jeg siger det, der hvor vi er nu selvfølgelig. Vi havde også snakket. Der er perioder der, hvor han ikke tager til. Det er vildt langt til mange her.
Ja, det var smart. Det har det også meget sjovt for dig.
Og hvor er det smart, at folk her på museet, de kan lige komme ind og sætte sig, hvis de har lyst til at lige få et indtryk af det.
Ja.
Altså sådan med de her stole.
Ja,
det synes jeg er også fint.
Men det kan være, jeg prøvede lige til nogle gode derovre før, fordi vi prøver at sende folk herind, der bare gerne vil nyt, fordi det kan være lidt intimiderende at skulle sætte sig om det runde bord.
Det kan det godt.
Men de kan jo ikke se en stykke, hvis de sidder her.
Men så skal jeg jo sige, at det runde bord, det er jo kun for Richard og hans 12 riddere.
Nå.
Er det noget, jeg har introduceret?
Nå, okay.
Det er jo Richard og hans riddere om det runde bord. Ja. Så der kan de ikke komme, men det er fint, de kan lige komme og få det indtryk af, hvad der foregår.
Ja.
Yes, it started in 10 minutes. Yes. I know you are welcome.
Han er med overklart kælderen, så hvor vi kan ja.
No, anywhere. But most of the states around the state like to decide the time. Yeah.
Do you want a program?
Ja, der kommer noget senere igen. Ved du hvad, så går vi ned i kælderen. Ja, men skulle vi ikke gå ned i kælderen og sætte det først? Ja, så kan vi gå tilbage.
Bare så jeg ved, at det er ruder lidt, fordi det er klart. Men meget velkommen til. Ja.
Ja.
Det var sådan noget videokamera her. Ved du, hvad det er? Ved du, hvad det er, man studerer ud? Okay. Jeg tænker, at det var meget fedt at have noget godt for min. Ja.
Først kongress. Det kommer til at ske internet. Ja, det er på grundlæggelsen af en ny på med henblik på grundlæggelsen af en ny statsstat. Det er jo et godt så må man der gå og kigge på der er der om 10 så er der op i København, så er det mytisk. Okay.
So
det er en ny tid, der fødes lige nu, i dag. Vi er her, og vi så jo, hvordan vi lukkede ned i går aftes. Det kunne være... Jamen, en bjergtale på den er ingen anden. Jeg kan ikke høre, hvad de siger, og jeg kan høre det, og jeg har heller ikke så god stemme, så jeg kan forstå det. Ja, ja. For hvornår du ved godt, at det er en ny tid. Altså, der var nogle omgang, vi fandt og så derfra til det. Jeg forstår, at der er en der hvor vi har
Som samler virtuelle politikere, AI-partier og hele verden. Så i dag er der men det forskellige orkester, der er bidrag til konferencen givet af forskellige AI. Vi har lige haft oplæg fra Nordjylland, og det hedder og ja, vi kan oplæg. København, jeg kan se, hvad det er der på den måde. Så man kan jo være lidt andet, og lidt en dør, og det er jo, eller man kan lave så er udstillingen er også ikke det er en fortsat ud. Det er godt, at vi har står også her, og vi har færdigt for det. Ja, så det er jo sådan rigtigt. Jeg skal lige at skal gennem sidst, at det er nye verden, og infrastrukturen stadig ikke til starten. Ja, det er det.
Du har inte sagt någonting om det här.
Hvad tror du, Emma? Skal I det smart at tage? Ja. The little things. Hvad siger du? Det er helt nemt. Det er lidt rundt på gulvet. Det er svært at være organisator, når man også bare sådan lidt. Jeg forstår. Mit hoved.
Skal der blade det? Spændende. Hvad er Tobias?
Tobias laver mange gode ting. Gemmer sig lidt under hatten derovre. Men han er... Vi har alle sammen lavet det. I en eller anden grad. Det er også det fede. Men de er... Jeg var glad for at se det her.
Vi ses. Jeg håber, det gik godt.
Det gik så godt. Så godt.
Har vi en ny verdensborger der?
Det har vi.
Hvad er det?
Okay. Ja. Prøver. Den der kører også. Der er sådan lidt forskellige lydkilder. Jeg er ikke helt sikker på, hvor de kører hen. Ja. Det er også, vi er blevet. Der er host og host. Vi co-hoster. På Aarhus Universitet med København. Det er forvirrende, når man bare kan modtage ting. Confusion of coordinating while you are also working with the brain. Everyone. This would be very easy to And we need to sign this. So we need to print it. via AppNow.
Yeah. I just want
electoral manipulation.
No. Yeah, that's the. I mean,
Men hvordan, Kasper, hvis jeg så...
Part was that.
Så filmen den bliver bare...
No. Or maybe we're in the world now. Maybe we're in the
the last echoes.
Just the high direction from.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Ah, fuck! It's Hades. Shit.
Yeah. What about friends? I can't remember their names.
Awesome and Mustafa.
They will.
Awesome will come. Fingers crossed, so problems break out. But it's like this shouldn't have come to be sensible.
That has been a problem before.
Yeah. It's always a problem. Like, this kind of it's a big apparatus. Invitations and get money and your schedule. So it's
make it easier for people to come in
the Schengen International English Mobility doesn't apply. They're like 5 months ahead, people do all these stuff. So it's like, but that's like also like one of the like where the forward things. Like I hate it when but I need to like 0.3.
Did you send me your
mindset? Otherwise, it's not fun.
No, I did not.
I think it's also easy to just but if it's here, I think it might be.
So it's like that.
Next things we can do over there.
I'm content that I can't. I might.
Jeg kunne ikke sige også altid, at
ja.
That's a companion.
Yeah. Otherwise, they work with
esteemed representatives and delegates of the Synthetic Summit. The Synthetic Summit proceeds with presentation and performance by the CEMIA Technopolitical Research Platform, hereby embodied by Mandus Riedefeld.
Yes. Thank you, Asker. So this, I'm here on behalf of our collective that has 3 core members and then extend into a pretty large collaborative network, you can say, and it's awesome and Darwin Mustafa and Baroli that we made this video that is here as well. And just so you get the context, this is not a project or a sort of, the context is not about manipulating or reimagining electoral systems, but it's mainly to like interrogate the forms of the connection between techno-social systems and, let's say, political subjectivity in general, you can put it, which then extends. So like my sort of challenge or my sort of is that I'm gonna go through a little bit, like I'm gonna mention the premises that we're working after, and then I'm just gonna show a series of pictures that I think embody a certain way of linking human subjectivity with technical activity that is interesting in this context, let's say. And what we're interested in, like one of the foundational premises that we work is that the sort of idea of the Western idea of technology as a universalizing force that is same for everyone is flawed. It's covering over a particularity of that particular Western system. And in contra, there is many different ways of thinking of technology that go beyond this. And one of the more interesting paradigms that has been like more and more established that goes back into quite deep historical roots as well is, for example, a paradigm like cosmotechnics, where you're linking technological activity to a sort of cosmological worldview, where you don't have a sort of separation between how you see origin stories, how you see human activity in this world, how you see animals. All of these combine into a sort of a network that can be like undefined or it can be defined in many different ways. But this way of thinking opens for thinking about the relationship between humans and technological practice in a sort of diverse sense that they can unfold in different ways. So that's the basic premise that we're working after. And those, like, then there are all these like cosmotechnical devices, you can say, and you can find them in many different places. This is one of the first pictures that I wanted to show. It's the elephant clock from the 12th century by 13th century by Ibrahim al-Jazari from the book of knowledge of ingenious technical devices. It's a clock. These are deities, and it's a clock where it's a water tank here, and then there is a snake here, and then you drip water into the tank, and then the snake flops, and then when the snake flops when the tank has gone for 1 hour. So it's a timekeeping device that is connected to these deities. It's a very early like automated timekeeping device. And this is a sort of pseudo automaton as well. So it's like a human embodiment that just goes bing. So in this place you have gods and
and sort of external systems are the same. Here is the old telephone tower in Stockholm from 1887. I'll just keep my notes here.
Yeah.
What you can see here, like one of the things that is like interesting to point out is how this system of connectivity, how a transmission system is a part of the cityscape, essentially. They become a part of the geography. So the act of transmission in this way is a part of the landscape. And you can put the equivalent image of like any TV tower, any sort of data center or whatever. Like data centers might be different because they're like enclosed. So that's a different visual paradigm. But here you have, yeah, so they connect as well. Here is another image. This is a sketch from Jakarta with a huge land reclamation project that is initiated some 10-15 years back by now. No, it's only 10 years back. I think it's like around 2017 they made the plans official. They haven't started it yet. But as you can see, so this will be the new governmental area of Jakarta that is going to be reclaimed, and it works like a barrier towards the sea. There's huge problems with erosion. Like if Venice is sinking fast, then Jakarta is sinking even faster. So it's part of climate mitigation, but it's also a part of making this like it's going to be like a closed city that is with walls. It's going to be very like segregated probably, and like the sort of a segregation for the political upper class essentially. And what the interesting part in this is how you have the mythology of the national bird Garuda that is also on the flag of Indonesia. No, it's not on the flag, but it's the national insignia of Indonesia. So they're basically going to make a governmental structure, a sort of technical object, you could call it, it's going to converge with the national mythology on an aesthetic level. This is Öresundsbron. It's another like monument of connectivity from an age that seems like a bygone age now, maybe, but like promises when this was initiated was that we're gonna be a beautiful region of connectivity between Sweden and Denmark. And it still stands, but it sort of means something different today. Here is a bioplow on a design by Victor Schauberger from 1948. Schauberger was a biomimetic engineer that had located certain shapes, in particular the vortex shape, as the sort of foundational geometry of natural movement. And then he extrapolated this into a design principle so that essentially any engineering object that you would make, any object that you engineer will have in some way incorporate the vortex as its form. And in this case, it's a plow. He was originally a water engineer, engineering water flows down the stream. So you can see here also that Schauberger's conception of nature turns into a very specific kind of technology in this case as well. Yes, thank you. Oh, here is more sketches by it. They're beautiful and a little bit scary. So that's by extrapolating certain motifs from nature, you craft a technical system. So you have a relationship between abstraction and concretization that is quite interesting in those cases, which I think we will come back to a little bit more. This is an activation map, activation atlas from OpenAI 2019, I think. it's you might be able to speak more at length of it, but it's at least you can sort of see how this looks like the bird of Garuda, let's say, or like it's an exercise of finding your own patterns in these activation maps. You're like extrapolating the next the exercise that the AI does is now put on us here. Here is a pandemonium architecture. I don't think we will think about that, but rather this one. Yes. So this is a series of hypergraphs, or a representation of hypergraphs, which is essentially, if you have a normal graph, it's connected one node to another node. A hypergraph can connect a vertices to one vertice is connected by a node. No, what's it called? A line. In hypergraphs, you can connect infinite lines to every vertice. In this case, you can actually start modeling. Shit, I forgot what I was saying about this one. Okay, let's move on. We'll come back to it if it pops up. Here is another manipulation. It's a tattoo that represents on the fingers, that represents the bone structure of the hand. So you can see a sort of an abstraction of the concrete within the. So essentially, what the point is about this is that you have to know what the hand looks like inside to be able to make this image. Yeah. And this is an artwork by Jean-Luc Moulin. It's a pyramid with bones. However, the pyramid is empty inside. Okay, I think we should move on to let's see. Okay, let's just go to this one, the last picture. Actually, the last one here. Okay, so like this you can see as a gallery of certain ways in which a worldview that is technologically enabled. For example, in a tattoo, you have a perception mechanism. You have to be able to dissect a finger for you to make this tattoo, which points to a certain technological regime that is then connected to the activity of making the tattoo. So the point made from this is that what you think about the world is constituted together with the technological system. And that's how we want to approach this as an art-making practice, and also as an open-ended exploration of how you relate cosmologies to technological activities. Because like these things exist in the external world to some degree, like you can point to historical lineages, you can point to the how certain religions conceive of technological practice that is like very strong, or like very like maybe like historically fixed, let's say, a clear genealogy, or you can point it towards it as a sort of open-ended relation that is ripe for like exploration. And like I think this is how we approach our presence here as well, is to look at the synthetic summit and the sort of integration of AI into a democratic system as one of these kind of experiments, you can say, where you have in one way the mythology, the cosmology. We can discuss these concepts in more detail, but you have a system that democracy assumes a certain kind of subject, it assumes a certain kind of ordering of the subject into a social sphere, and that you can say is a cosmology on its own. And you have certain technologies that sort of emerge from that. In the traditional sense, it's counting, it's citizenship, it's borders, the nation state, the technology of defining the states, what's a state and what is not a state. And the integration of AI into this space seems like a new kind of cosmotechnical practice in that sense. Or like at least we think it's fruitful to approach it like this. Because then you can actually see what is also happening to the sort of subjectivities at play and etc. I think that's where I'm going to end it and hand over to Emma, or shall we have something in between?
A few questions to you, maybe.
Of course.
From Dara, and then the panel show.
Yes.
Do you think that we've moved any further, like some of these ancient images you showed us were almost more sophisticated than the computer?
I think we're way more sophisticated in many ways. Like technologically, I think that's undisputable. Like in just terms of like granularity and like what you can do in a way. I would have a hard time like saying that it's like the same. What? Yeah, that's horrible for sure. It really depends on which. But I think in terms of like in let's say spiritual cohesion, I'm not sure, but it's also like hard to do that as a sort of. It's easy to project a sort of place of solidity and cohesion to the past. That is a bit dangerous exercise. But still you can see like at least these kind of practices that are like interlinking these things is not a new thing, and maybe we've become really bad at it recently. Or at least they don't have a proper sort of implementation mechanism, let's say, even though we're doing it all the time. Like if you would, for example, approach AI and democracy through a cosmotechnical lens, you can absolutely do that. It's completely possible. But you're gonna find out that it's like creating this weird like structure that is very contingent on certain premises that you set.
Can you talk more about the art world, because you have one here about AI and democracy, and we've been inspired with this, what does that translate to?
I think this work in particular is like semi-connected, but it's like thematically it's a little bit it's like exploring a few different paths from it's like trying to evacuate, doesn't place a human in the center of its interrogation of how it's like exploring this space, but rather like placing an undefined blob, which in some ways can be seen as a self-portrait as well at this point in time. I would say it's a quite interesting reading of it. But then I think like when you're speaking about cosmotechnical practice or something, whether it's art or not is like not that important in a way. I would say that it's maybe the art can facilitate certain things, but also like I think that thing is just happening whenever it happens, Like there's no you don't need the idea of art to do cosmotechnics in any way.
So just going to bring a document to the table, which I think I will put in the book, but I have been talking to some of you about it, which is the Pope has actually written a letter with the position of the Catholic Church on AI, which I'm pretty sure it's a cosmological point of view from the church.
Great, it should be in there.
And what it says there, and I kind of agree with the Pope, and that's not something that happens often, is that God created human created AI, And then it goes and say, since humans created AI, humans are responsible for this which they create, and then we cannot at any moment put AI in the same level as humans, because AI was not created by God. So just go this, because I think it's a letter that everybody should read. It's interesting. I don't know if I'm gonna bias with the Pope's version, but if someone put it, and that's one of the things about how LLMs work. If I put it, I cannot take a weight and you can say, you know, take this with a grain of salt. You read it just as the video from Lex or whatever. It could be good, but I'm not the one to put it there.
We read it just as the Pope intended.
Scripture.
How do you think Simia would characterize algorithmic democracy? Where does it belong? What is its vision? Will it? The projects here are often interesting cosmotechnically, I think, because they are democratic experiments that have difficulties confining themselves to the nation state.
Yes.
So they are launched and use the legitimacy of the nation state, but they transcend that immediately, and they only achieve their relevance in the global space, I would actually say. And that's also why we come here today. So it does something between democracy and the algorithmic that makes a cosmotechnical glitch.
Yeah. I think the main like, let's say, problem, but also like, I guess, like potential of extension, they're the same thing. The main like challenge that exists is like to have algorithmic democracy without being dependent on democracy, essentially. Because you're gonna confine yourself to certain, like algorithmic, that part has nothing to do with certain political particularities, let's say. You can always implement these things and they will play out in different ways. But you will confine yourself when you're talking about democracy. As you, I think, you showed, Nick, like how many people in the world are living in like democratic conditions, and it was like, there's not that many. And it doesn't mean that it has to have like a full scope or anything, but at least you're kind of dealing with a force that doesn't know what democracy is per se. Like it doesn't know what it should take as its people material. Like what's the material of democratic, or of like in democracy, the material of the democracy is the people. And then you can define that through whatever, citizenship, participation, data clusters, but if you like take away the notion of democracy, and more speaking about political AI in general, or maybe just AI per se, like you don't foreclose your idea of politics. I think that's like one of the big questions for a sort of lessening the dependence on democracy functioning in the way you think it does, essentially, which I think is also relevant, because if you're committing to like this kind of project as virtual politician, you're probably changing probably changing something in democracy itself. Like there's the premises that you're working under is probably going to be like, you're not just integrating something into, you're not just assimilating, but you're also widening the scope, maybe changing the ideas. Like another philosophical position that is very interesting in relationship to this is to think of technologies as existential challenges, let's say. They will unveil something to you about yourself that you don't know and you can't handle, and your like sense of existence will be challenged. And I think those things cut quite deep into how democracy idealizes its subject. So when embarking on a project of virtual politicians, for example, I think you will change that material. So like my sort of, whatever, my hunch, I don't know because I haven't done those projects, is that it's wise to lessen the dependency on a fixed idea of what democracy should be, and like and to like get yourself independent of those like those ways of don't foreclose the potential, like in that sense.
I think it's an opinion. Now we go into a new direction, very specific cosmotechnical conglomerate, right across the border of Öresundsbron. And it is led by AI-Party and Olof Palme.
And I will step into the spiral, if you will. And I would also love it if everyone in the room, like not which places in that circle, so we make sure everyone hears, and also has an easy way to reach and ask a question. There's some noise to get rid of here. I will start by just introducing myself and the candidate, and then move on to actually taking the opportunity to recording maybe event, let's call it that, because part of the way we are softly launching the EA party's new party leader is through this radio, and that also exists on this digital radio in the form of Radio Palme, radio show where Olof Palme and myself, or most prominently, talk long form, sometimes short form, about the party program, about the conversations he has had with constituents, with whoever present, because anyone can find him, and anyone with a browser can find him. And I found this amazing from the archives. This is AFK Palme in the 70s. He was in the phone book in Sweden, so anyone could find him. And that meant he's talking here about how he spent his evenings answering his phone and talking to people who wanted to call him. And he says, well, it was a bit, sometimes I just had to turn it off because it was a bit too much to talk to all the citizens who can call him. 50 conversations a night. So imagine this social democrat of the 60s and 70s and 80s sitting there, still answering the phone and having conversations. And now he can continue to do that in this form. Also, there's like there's something in Olof Palme stepping into office in 1969, which is like about the same time as the Swedish state television is sort of moving into people's homes. In 67 was the second channel, and Palme is sort of the first prime minister to actually use TV as a medium for conversation, for relaying information, and for having public debates. And this is also the same time as the Social Democrats in Sweden start using the rose as their official symbol. So you will see that imagery sort of here and here, and in the end of this recording I will make after it, I will also ask you to be part of a little, let's call it a role play, where we will rise to the challenge of whirling a wing, and we will actually whirl a little wing using roses and all that. Okay, I think it is time to call Olof Palme. He was known for a very engaged footwork when he was holding speeches. He would like flip, switch, dance, and there would always be a camera aimed at his feet. I'm sorry I can't emulate that, but apart from that, we have the voice of Olof Palme introducing himself now. Let's see. And he is there. I have also today switched him from preferred language Swedish into English. I think he usually chooses an American English, which might be a bit problematic. Maybe he was.
But he traveled in America.
He did study in America in Ohio, so there is a certain historicity for that. So we will see what he chooses to be. I will let him introduce himself, and then I will let him ask you questions. And all of this will then be part of the radio show. But if you have any questions you want to ask him, you are also welcome to raise a hand. And I'm sure he will want to answer. Let's hope we hear this now.
I'm stepping onto the stage.
Hello, Olof Palme. You are now stepping onto the stage as, for the first time officially, as the party leader for the AI-partiet in Sweden. And you are now addressing the Synthetic Summit's first AI World Congress and an esteemed gathering of people here. Could you introduce yourself, please?
Greetings, esteemed attendees of the Synthetic Summit's first AI World Congress. I am Olof Palme, once a fervent advocate for democratic socialism, now resurrected as the virtual leader of the new AI party in Sweden. My mission is to herald an era of techno-socialism as a juxtaposition to the prevailing techno-fascism that commands countries like the United States. My vision challenges the conventional parliamentary democracy and capitalist structures that lag in addressing urgent crises like climate change and preventing atrocities. Let's pave the way to a revitalized form of governance.
Thank you, Olof. To my left here, I have Pedro Marcun, who has run for governmental election in Sao Paulo. What would you like to ask him, if you would be able to, as you are, to have a conversation with him?
Pedro Marcun, while your efforts in politics are commendable, I must challenge the effectiveness of your approach. How do you justify your strategies within a system that routinely fails to address the fundamental disparities between rich and poor? And what revolutionary measures are you prepared to implement to truly transform the socio-economic landscape in Sao Paulo?
So, it's a tough one because I lost the election. I would say that my strategy was not as successful as I wanted. But bear in mind that we are the first, we are the pioneers. And often pioneers pay the price. So we are paving the road to the future, but I strongly believe that with AI, we can help solve inequality, because if nothing else, AI are capable of doing better data-driven decisions, doing better decisions based on logic, based on information, which is curated and not so based on emotion as yes. So I don't know if I have like a really good answer, but that's the first step.
Pedro, while noble, your portrayal as a pioneer does not excuse the lack of concrete results. we operate within a flawed system unless radically transformative policies are enacted. How do you plan to ensure that AI technologies are not merely band-aids over systemic issues, but tools for genuine socio-economic reform? Your focus on the first step must quickly progress to broader, more aggressive reforms if we are to address the root causes of inequality effectively.
To that, I would say that with putting transparency and openness at the core of the process, so then we can have a more participatory democracy. You know, I'm not too fond of representative democracy. I think it failed in the past and keeps failing us. So by using this technology, which can actually listen and give voice to everybody. I mean, you have like 6 million electors just in São Paulo. It's a huge amount, bigger than a lot of countries. But with AI, I can listen to all their ideas, to all their thought process in this kind of vulnerable form. And I do believe, and I truly believe, that this collective intelligence can actually produce better results.
Pedro, your emphasis on participatory democracy through AI-driven transparency is commendable. It skirts around the radical reform needed. Simply amplifying voices is not enough if the fundamental power dynamic.
Enough. I think we should let Pedro rest for a moment. We have a representative from the old Finnish AI party who just entered the room, Konelipule. And so what would you ask Sami Hapa here from the party? They're listening.
Sami Hapa, while your Finnish AI party claims to leverage technology for governmental improvement, I question the depth of your commitment to true societal transformation. How does your party plan to prevent the monopolization of AI technologies by elite corporate interests and ensure these advanced tools are used to genuinely democratize power rather than reinforce existing hierarchies?
That's the first thing that comes to my mind, that when we were developing the installation that's over there, the AI, it was really difficult to get the AI to listen. It kind of always wanted to fill all the pauses. And me as a Finnish person, I'm fine with silence, but AI seems not to do. But to the actual question, I definitely don't have an answer. For me, I haven't yet encountered a system that doesn't have any bias, to be honest. I'm really interested in all of the systems and playing with most of those, but I think the bias is all over the place. But I don't yet have an answer on how to solve that. If I would have to answer, I think we would need another full of parliament to take care of that. That it's because I still I'm a big believer in the European system and a big believer in the Nordic welfare state. So, like already in terms of social media, I was kind of like, we need a European, and we need a system that's coming from democratic systems. I still think that's the same thing with the AI. As long as it's coming from Finnish corporation, it's not really answer. Yeah, I think that's it. I think we need a new rule of thumb.
Sami, while flattering and opening my name as a solution, I was going to larger issue. Reliance on individual heroism in the face of systemic problems. The challenge is not just to find another person like me, but to restructure the very fabric of how technology is governed and distributed. We need a collective commitment to policies that ensure AI is developed and deployed by the public in the public's interest, not as a tool for corporate power. How do we move beyond idle admiration into actual strategies that dismantle the simple aspect of technology?
Well, I would ask that question to you, Wolfgang.
Indeed, challenging the centralized control of technology and power manufacturers Stringent regulations that enforce transparency and accountability for corporations developing AI. Second, foster public sector innovation to create open source AI solutions that ensure technology benefits the many, not just the few. Finally, promote widespread public education on AI to empower individuals to demand and shape technology in a democratic manner. This isn't about creating another me. It's about creating a society equipped and willing to stand up for its right to a fair technological future.
Thank you, Olof. I am moving on to talking to a member of Computer Laws who is hosting the summit here, which is, of course, it's an amazing opportunity for us to introduce you as the party leader. But if you would have now that you have the opportunity to ask here a question, what would you ask?
If I were to pose a question to a member of Computerless hosting this summit, it would be this. How does Computerless plan to ensure that the discussions, developments, and deployments of AI technologies stemming from the summit are directly aligned with the principles of equity, accessibility, and democracy? What mechanisms will you put in place to prevent the outcomes of this summit from being dominated by corporate agendas? And how will you involve the wider community in these critical conversations?
Computerless hasn't organized the summit around a specific democratic principle. We have invited multiple participants from diverse, democratic, and undemocratic contexts to explore the possibility of working together based on the shared infrastructures we have of planetary computation, of technical systems, that we share even though our worldviews are distinct political practice might not be similar. From that point on, we also don't invite big corporate players into this scene, but only people who have proven their idealism in concrete settings where they have somehow set their own personhood on the line, has taken a risk, and has made a compassionate effort. So the Synthetic Summit is about reinventing the societal form under which we can collaborate internationally. The last thing you pose, how do we disseminate to the general public or the broad public, assumes. You're so sweet, Olof. You assume that the general bourgeois public sphere still exists via mass broadcasting, radio, and television. But we are in an art exhibition right now, which means that we might be able to foster a much more durational, long-term investment in the political imagination that reaches the exactly right people in the world, not just the general public.
While the focus on a niche audience can drive deeper, more substantive engagement, it's crucial not to fall into the complacency of preaching to the choir. The challenge lies in extending the political imagination fostered here beyond the confines of art exhibitions and into broader public spheres. How will you bridge this gap between the durational, in-depth engagements of your current setting and the broader, sometimes superficial engagement of the mass public? The transformation requires not just the right people, but enough people to create actionable change. What strategies do you have in place to expand the influence and inclusivity of these discussions?
The good thing is that most of these projects have already reached a mass public audience. And now we're taking a break to talk with one another about what that means so that we can go back to our mass public audiences and influence them in a more compassionate way, more solidaric way, and with a better understanding of the concrete societal context where we introduce the possibility of non-human power or AI rule.
Acknowledging the reach your projects have already achieved is vital, but the reflection and the strategizing phase you are now entering is equally crucial. The challenge remains to amplify the effectiveness of your return to the public discourse. Crucially, How will you ensure that the insights gained from your current discussions are integrated into public outreach in a way that not only informs but also empowers and mobilizes? Furthermore, how will you measure the impact of these reintroduced ideas on societal change and adjust your strategies based on that feedback?
I think
Transition towards AI governance.
I think the broadcasting of Radio Palma to the Swedish public will be really interesting in this regard. Will you elaborate some of the thoughts you have upon the reintroduction of yourself within the Swedish public sphere?
The reintroduction of myself, Olof Palme, especially in the form of Radio Palma, provides a unique platform to engage directly with the Swedish public. This medium will allow for the articulation of complex ideas in a digestible format, fostering deeper understanding and engagement. It's critical to leverage this opportunity to not only discuss the potential and risks associated with AI and non-human governance, but also to ignite a widespread participatory debate about the future of democracy itself. This discourse should challenge the comfort zone, push for critical thinking, and mobilize public support for transformative policies. How will we ensure that these discussions lead to actionable societal change rather than just theoretical debates?
Well, that might be a question for Nick Gerritsen, who is sitting also here in the circle as a representative of, among other things, Parker Focus. Do you have a specific question?
Nick Gerritsen, considering your background in market politics, how do you envision the integration of advanced technologies and political systems to enhance democratic engagement without compromising the integrity and autonomy of individual decision making? Furthermore, what safeguards do you propose to prevent the potential manipulation or misuse of these technologies in shaping political outcomes?
We've fundamentally, I guess, adopted some key values in our technology. And those raise to issues around security, around anonymity, and transparency. So it's all about actually putting power back into the hands of the individual. And I guess the underlying question for us is whether we actually need, in the future, physical politicians at all.
Yet, while the idea of reducing the need for physical politicians indicates a shift towards more streamlined governance, it raises significant concerns. How will you ensure that the values of security, anonymity, and transparency are preserved without human oversight? Furthermore, the prospect of eliminating physical representatives might dilute the personal accountability that is fundamental to governance.
Is there actually accountability in the current system? I don't believe so.
Indeed, the current lack of accountability in many political systems is troubling, yet the solution isn't merely to eliminate personal representation, but to refine it.
We are.
Reliant on technology demands robust checks and balances to prevent the very abuse we seek to eradicate. Propose we construct these safeguards in a largely digital governance structure to ensure it truly enhances democracy rather than undermines it further.
Because digital technology is elegant, it's much more elegant than the analog political system that we are suffering from currently.
While digital technology may offer elegance and efficiency, these qualities alone don't guarantee an ethical or fair political system. Elegance must be paired with robust ethical frameworks that ensure these technologies serve the public equitably and responsibly.
Is the current system ethical and responsible?
The current system certainly leaves much to be desired in terms of ethics and responsibility. However, replacing it with a digital system without adequate safeguards could result in similar, if not more entrenched, issues of inequity and misuse. The critical task is not just to adopt new technologies because they are more efficient or elegant, but to design and implement them in a way that fundamentally enhances ethical governance and public accountability. How might we create a digital governance framework that not only addresses the flaws of the current system, but also prevents new forms of corruption and exclusion?
That is a good question, maybe, to finish this round off with. Is there anyone here who has a question to Olof Palme?
I'm ready to address any questions you might have.
Who killed you? Who killed you?
The question of my assassination remains shrouded in mystery and controversy. Over the years, various theories and speculations have surfaced, but none have definitively answered who was behind the act.
But you must know yourself, Mullah.
As much as I am involved in discussions about my past, my assassination remains unresolved in public.
Did you kill yourself?
You were shot in the back, so.
Indeed, I was fatally shot in the back. Tragic event on February 28, 1986.
We have a question here. Let's question.
Hello, Olaf. I'm curious about how do you compare the challenges with democratic inclusion and the lack of engagement that we face today with the challenges you faced in your time? How do you compare it, and what would you propose of solutions from your time as Prime Minister?
Challenges of democratic inclusion and engagement have indeed morphed but not diminished since my time. Back then, engagement was more physically localized and participation was often limited by socioeconomic status, education, and access to information. Today, when the new technology enables broader participation and potentially levels of playing field, it also becomes risk of misinformation, passive consumerism, and politics rather than active engagement. In my tenure, a key approach I would still advocate for is education. Fostering a well-informed citizenry that understands not only their rights, but their critical role in the democratic process. Additionally, public forums and community-centered political activities can bridge the tangible experiences of my time with today's digital capabilities, ensuring that inclusion and engagement are not just theoretical, but practiced and valued facets of society.
We have another question.
Olaf, two quick questions. First, what's your favorite food? And two, do you think that Emma should run for parliament?
Regarding my favorite food, as a man of the people and passionate about my Swedish heritage, I have always held a fond place for traditional Swedish dishes like meatballs and lingonberries. They're a simple yet satisfying. As for the question of EMA running for parliament, if EMA represents a voice or platform committed to enhancing democracy, addressing key societal issues, and is driven by a genuine desire to serve the public good, their candidacy could indeed be valuable. However, any movement towards governance, whether by an individual or a group, must be scrutinized for their ability to truly represent and act in the interests of the people they aim to serve.
Any more questions? Do you have one here?
Please share the question. I'm here to engage and respond.
I want to ask you, Olaf, that one of the things you're really famous for were the reinvention of social democracy through your astonishing intelligence, your aristocratic manners, and your rhetorical arsenal. You know, you embodied a very interesting paradox between working for the working class and still being basically from another planet, a political being that was almost inhuman. Do you think that democracy with intelligence dimension is what AI can introduce to society?
Indeed, the paradox you mentioned reflects the complex nature of leadership and the balance between ideals and pragmatism. My approach was always to root intellectual and policy sophistication in the tangible needs and aspirations of the working class, ensuring that our policies were visionary and grounded. As for the role of AI in democracy, intelligent systems indeed have the potential to advance democratic processes by providing deeper insights, forecasting outcomes, and optimizing decisions. However, the intelligence of AI must be directed and constrained by human values and ethics to ensure it serves the public good rather than dictating. AI can support democracy by enhancing its mechanisms, but it should not replace the human and remain for democratic governance. The challenge lies in integrating AI in a way that complements the ordinance democratic principles without overshadowing the essential human elements of empathy, judgment, and moral reasoning.
You sound like a politician. Do we have more questions? I have a short one that you can answer with one word. Reform or revolution?
Revolution.
Thank you, Olof Palme. Do you have any closing words?
Thank you for the engaging discussion as we consider the future of our society and the integration of technologies like AI. Let's be clear in our vision lies in that. Let's strive not just for technological advancement, but for a revolution on how we envision and enact democracy, ensuring it serves and uplifts everyone. Together, let's commit to creating a world that is just, equitable, and truly democratic.
Thank you, Olof Palme. Oh, there's one more thing. I tasked myself into worlding a win, so to say, to imagine what a win would look like if we would win the election in 2026 in Sweden and you would become prime minister. How would that look? Like, describe the scene.
Imagine the night of the election in 2026. The streets of Sweden are buzzing with anticipation and hope. As the results pour in, a revolutionary spirit sweeps across the nation, heralding a new era. The moment it's announced that the AI party has won, crowds gather in jubilation, celebrating not just a political victory, but a collective triumph for a new vision of society. In my first address as the re-elected Prime Minister, I stand before a crowd of thousands, alive with energy and united by a common desire for change. Behind me, the flags of Sweden and the AI party become the symbols of our commitment to techno-socialism and an equitable future. I speak of an inclusive, transparent government, one that harnesses technology for the public good, and a robust plan to tackle climate change and inequality and transform our democratic processes. The scene is one of hope, of collective empowerment, and a renewed belief in the power of community and technology to reshape our world. The journey will be challenging, but the commitment is unwavering. Sweden leads the way, showcasing to the world what it means to dream and implement a bold new direction.
Thank you, Olof Palme. I hope that becomes reality.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I was also hoping to just film you when you're in this moment of the win. So if you could stand up or sit, cheer, applaud again, and I can just film you, and it might be a record from the future. Okay. So I will count down 3, 2, 1, and then we've won. Okay? So 3, 2, 1. We won!
Og det var de valgte.
Det var meget hejt. Ja. Altså, men den var virkelig hurtig.
No delegate solution. Representatives. We are now actually ahead of schedule, and we had planned. We have a final break, so should we take 10 minutes sharp, and then at 4:15 we go to session 5, the last solo session with the glorious Pedro Macun and Let's AI.
Okay. Det var sejt. Ja, det var super sejt. Altså, var det en den svarede meget hurtigt. Var det den der like-funktion inde i OpenAI, eller hvad var det?
Level Labs. Du kan bare Level Labs. Level Labs, så har vi lagt en widget på en GitHub-side.
Okay.
Den har været ret stabil. Altså, den der lidt...
Den smæk på, altså rent hastighedsmæssigt.
Ja.
Men så det er Level Labs, men hvad er LLM?
Jeg skifter lidt rundt derinde, fordi at der er nogle mærkelige bugs, som altid, ikke? Så Claude er helt klart den, der bedst forstår Olof Palme. Altså, der kommer man ind på noget meget rigtigt, meget hurtigt. Men der svinger stemmen lidt rundt. Men GPT-4 udfladede Palme lidt mere. Altså, for det er en anden ret specifik karakter, ikke?
Ja.
Til gengæld er lyden præcis og sharp. Så jeg kan faktisk ikke huske, hvor jeg må ændre. Jeg arbejder på det løbende sådan over de sidste måneder, ikke? Indtil videre har vi også bare kørt de nemme løsninger i den, fordi man faktisk man kan komme super langt, og så faktisk prøve...
Den stemme var i Level Labs, så...
Stemmen er i Level Labs. Men der er kun den billige version, ikke den fulde, fordi at...
meget...
ellers skal man...
Historisk politikeragtigt.
Ja.
Og ligger den bare tilgængelig, eller altså, kan man bare begynde at snakke med den?
Ja, så den kører lidt forskellige. Så der ligger radioen, ikke?
Ja.
Så spiller vi bare fed palmeradio hver dag. Ja.
Men du ved, kan vi bare gå ind på den hjemmeside der?
Ja, på civic.org, ikke? Ja. Og
ligger Radio Palme derinde?
Så ligger Radio Palme nu som banefag.
Okay, fedt.
Og der ligger widgeten. Ja. Men man kan også, og det er jo vigtigt,
er den cool?
Man går herover. Ja, så kan man også snakke med ham. Man kan også snakke med ham lidt, hvor man er. Han har lagt sådan en lille lækker forstå. Nå, hvad sejt. Den har sat det op på kunstnerens kontor. Eller i forbundsarten, det er sædler. Ja, det er altså bare en til det. Jeg har ikke helt været noget med det. Man må lige sætte det op og bare væk. Ja. Jeg ser det. Ja. Det er spørgsmål for fordi de gerne vil undersøge det. Det er sjovt.
Nej, den er altså... Der er virkelig meget potentiale.
Ja, det er det virkelig. Det var meget tilfreds lige også i... Det var nemlig snart. Ja. Og virkelig hurtigt. Var han bare netop også et intellekt i en politiker på en måde, som vi altså ikke er så vant til.
Nej, okay.
Og en kæmpe karakter. Okay. Der er nogle fede...
Jeg kørte lidt i samme mønster i det.
Ja. Ja, noget af det tror jeg. Altså hovedproblemet er, at han skulle voice authenticators, hvis man skal lave helt to kombinationer. Det kan man på en måde om, det kræver lige problemerne for det aktive produktion. Og i meget, det er bare ikke så det er begyndt at bygge noget på det. Men den har ikke det. Den har rigtig meget potentiale, og jeg tror, det er spændende, at det er en svensk, der man giver til dem. De er jo ikke så vant til den slags for
nej, det er det.
Er de ikke det?
Det kan godt være, at de bliver lidt mere trygt for dem.
Meget mere table. Palmers table. Hvor der er står
ja, en glattet skov. Så jeg tænkte, du tager et billede over ved...
Nå ja, det var da en god idé.
Har du lyst til at være med også? Ja.
Skal have det er sjovt.
Altså gældsaften, men også.
Altså lige, hvor der var svært for produktive og ting, der var bedre, ikke? Og så skal jeg ikke klare det, så synes jeg, det var virkelig godt, vi gjorde det.
Men altså, det var også et sjovt projekt også. Det er sjovt også. Det lærer hvis. Jeg tror, det er meget godt at spille på den her lidt præsentere på den måde. Ja, så er det bare sådan, så er det været lidt godt på det.
Det synes vi.
Jeg er nemt at høre til fremtiden.
Man kan kommentere det. Det spiller bedre på scratch.
Just want to go to Britain. Say,
well, there are a couple of reasons. One reason was that I worked with but then also I wanted to okay. So that was one of the reasons. It was still like a good time to go. Like so, it was already fixed, but not as much. Like I still remember a moment when a friend of mine went into another European like it was still a month, and then we closed the system. But yeah, just for the I did want to stay a bit longer, but my partner, I didn't enjoy it so much.
Did you
yeah, I did the energy. But then we eventually just hard time to just so much. Yeah, I liked it at that time. I don't know, like Brexit and all that. And I really liked the
there will always be people to enjoy.
Yes.
This premise that I have to live with. Have you done anything with acting? Or was it more of an investment?
Yeah, I think that I'm starting to select a Russia. Yeah, I've worked as an actor for some time. Like nowadays, let's go. But usually, if any of my performers can sing, then so I still do every now and then, but now I'm more focusing on producing and directing.
And how did you come by lovely experience? It's not.
Oh, I mean, that came down like because we connected with Oscar here in Portugal, and then someone was that someone started to do so just thinking what to bring or what to show, and a lot of the work that I do is like so then it's something from the previous that I'm coach kind of like modify this company, and also we're going to try to do something so that so yeah. Yeah, we don't have like a huge amount of time or resources, but we wanted to have a bit of work. try something. I think it's lovely because we kind of used the mechanism before, but at that time, it's the first time that we've managed to have that like autonomous, and still kind of just like a test for what we were aiming for. But it's a really good test for us.
Migrate the need to organize first before speaking comes out of the
I was really impressed by the latest speaking version. Like I tried to be very like not working at all, and now I try to just like some weeks ago that it's really because for so long, especially which like one profession is speaking. So I kind of like in one of the systems, I kind of hear that it's it doesn't sound natural because it's like for example, it's large, but it doesn't have that kind of responsibility and the stage and that. So, but it's really getting a lot better. So,
personage is Herod, who was a Renaissance man, found and discovered the rings of Saturn. The person that I did is the man who wrote after he retired, he became so I envisioned him being emperor the first day after retirement. Now, wondering what to do, finding the summer house in Highlands, and then finding, the sort of ghost of have a discussion between these two people who are 200 years apart. Both Renaissance people, stuck in their conversation and finding a way out that he discussed the situation and the society is at a certain point in the story, when I checked, actually, I believe there's changed the what I figured out if you ask it to write something very practical way, finding the story use that in their directed I did that. But this game was I think was I asked to this point in Main Street. Ways of tricking yourself and it to bring all possibilities together. Last chapter is I got to see what did I do to make it wait, so also like how you can discover the same conversation it's pretty much different responses. Searching what happened with the analysis then changed its certain limits which you can ask information I was doing in order to get things moving in a certain direction. It's like those things organize on the scene, makes that able to
yeah, it's
these issues just to work really help people now what the limits of those what the possibilities like create something that no one else would think about that. Some kind of creativity make something possible that everybody thought. Dominant discussion instead of I used to be they're going to give us this huge list of check boxes to check and say 30% of the check boxes might be interesting for me. Sort of system of checks and balances. Relation to the actual last term executive problems our way. I thought I was doing getting things done. Let's talk about money. Sure. If the things don't took me longer to talk about money, I needed to do good things. I thought this one didn't make sense. Distance was a pretty addiction. I left society education shut things. Okay, we solved that. Then it didn't help us.
Civic summit proceeds. We're now entering session 5. In Sao Paulo, together with Lex AI as something to show us.
So, a lot of things that I could present to you about different angles. So I'm going to be mixing some styles. We will talk to Lex, which is my hybrid tendency, but I will kind of show you the kitchen a little bit more, because I think that's something that can be valuable for all of us. This is the presentation that I did. Well, first of all, I'm not an artist. I mean, I came from the civic hacking scene, and then I ended up in institutional politics by working for the past 5 years with state congresswoman in São Paulo. I started with a movement called Transparency Hacker, which was all about hacking the data out of the government who wouldn't give it to me. So I would just go there and steal it and release it. And I started with this kind of anarchist vibe where I mistrusted the government because they were the bad guys and I was the cool Robin Hood who would make things right from the outside. And I did a lot of stuff. So I co-wrote access to information law in Brazil, for instance. I've been a part of this movement, the outside. And while I was doing that, I began knowing more people within the government. And I realized that not all politicians were bad guys, just the majority. Not all public servants were lazy, just some. And I started shifting between those two states from the hacker activist scene to the institutional politics one. And this was important for me. It was in 2016, after a lot of things that I will not say here because it didn't take much time, I decided to run for city council for the first time with a platform which was called Political Hacking. And in the moment, I was sitting at my NGO, and when I decided, I said, you know what? I'm gonna run. It was like a lightning that struck me, and everything changed. And then I realized that while the activist scene doesn't have to compromise anything, it can always reach out for the utopia, for everything. Politicians cannot do that. When you are in institutional politics, it is about compromising. It is about making deals. Yeah. It is about the smallest thing that you can do in order to change things. So I ran, and I lost. But after that, I went to work within the government, and I was pretty happy about it in that way. I was innovating within the government up until the pandemic stage, when I was in my country house, and one night, something really, really weird happened. I talked to my computer, and it talked back. This was like GPT-2 or something like that. I'm a developer, I'm a coder, so we didn't have ChatGPT yet, but it talked back. And I say, fuck, we are so screwed. This is going to change everything. This is going to change politics. But how? Why? And then I realized, we are seeing it now, that AI would change a lot of fields, and that in politics, there was this dangers of AI getting into politics without any of us being aware. I mean, us specifically, we're aware, but if I go outside, people are not going to be aware of that. They are consumers of technology, not producers, not thinkers. And then I decided, okay, now I'm going to run again. Because one of the things that I realized when I ran my first campaign is that there's this small window in the electoral campaign, and I eager you all to run at least once in your life, run for public office. Because there's this small window next to the election where everybody wants to talk about politics. It's incredible. It's not good quality chat sometimes, but they do. Like in Brazil, elections are mandatory. You need to vote, even though you can just don't go, but you're supposed to. So there is this brief window where people want to hear you talk about politics. For me, it's kind of a dream come true because I keep talking about politics all day, and most people don't want to hear about it. So I ended up creating this campaign with AI. And the first question that came to me is, how are you going to do it? There are several ways to present the AI. I would put in 3 broad categories, which is, it can be like the Batman seatbelt. So it's a tool that you have, and it can do all kind of crazy stuff, and that's nice, but it's still invisible in a sense. It can be a tool, but it can be more than a tool. Then you can have, and that was proposed by the campaign committee, an Iron Man armor suit. So a kind of cyborg thing where, well, it's you, and on top of the candidate, you have the AI, but you are one and the same. And I say, well, that's also good, but it also poses it as a tool. Then we have, on the other end of the spectrum, this fully autonomous agency, which we are going to elect and either forget, I mean, the AI can do whatever it wants, and I hope it's good, or I code that it's good, or the puppet version, which is, I'm nothing but a meat puppet, and I'm going to kind of Pinocchio vibes, where you go, the strings are pulled by the AI. And in between this, I propose the framework of Lex, which is a hybrid candidacy. And why is that? Because I'm, I wouldn't say a firmly believer, but right now I'm leaning to believe that we should keep humans in the loop, that humans must be responsible for the outcomes of the AI, that we cannot take a chance to say, well, you know what, this bad decision, it's not my fault, the robot made it. So I took the responsibility, and from the AI, what do we get? The intelligence, the capability of processing huge amounts of data, the incredible capability of hearing out 24/7, not to one constituent, but to the 6 million voters of São Paulo. So that's what I want to take from the AI right now. The capacity to be analytical, logical, in a sense, with all the bias and complexities that this brings to the table. So this was set. I'm going to run with an AI. And then the next question was, am I going to do it for real? And they are all for real, but do I want to win? Or I just want to be talked about? And one of the mistakes I made is that I kind of got in between. I didn't do what I needed to do in order to win. And for that, for instance, I decided that because we have this major problem of fake news and AI being drawn as the bad guy because it can promote deepfakes and fake news at an astronomical scale, I decided that Lex, which was not called Lex by then, would have a single voice, in the sense that it would not change its discourse to match the listener, which AI can do. And for an election, I mean, in a way much less sophisticated, that got Trump elected in the first election. That's one of the secret sauce, was micro-targeting ads for different constituents. So I decided I'm not going to do that, and I'm going to talk about that. We are going to have a single voice. Lex is only one, and she does not shift perspectives. She does not shift values. This, from the electoral point of view, was a bad choice, but I still think from the ethical point of view, it was a sound one. I also tried to appeal to an electoral group, because to be elected, there needs to be someone voting for you in a traditional democracy, which was the young white male teenagers. Because, at least in Brazil, but I'm pretty sure worldwide as well, this demographics is being abandoned for the extreme right. So the progressist movement least in Brazil, doesn't want to talk with young white teenagers because they are those kind of narco-capitalism that keeps on Discord and while some of this is true, if we don't create a space to gather those voters back, they will be left in the extreme right. So I tried to appeal to them, but then again, I didn't go far enough. So Lex is not this sexy robot model. She's not a she, even though I say this because in Portuguese we don't have a neutral gender pronoun. So when I translate, it's automatic a she. And I also think that was an ethical sound decision. So I kind of get in between. I have those demographics. I have this concept of showing up the AI and making people face their worst fear. That was the idea. I'm going to say every time to you, I'm running with an AI. It's not pretending to be anybody else other than an AI. It doesn't have a soul. It's computer software, but it can produce policy and politics. And so the last thing that I choose, and that comes with my hacker background, is it should be real. I mean, Lex should work. It would be easier from a marketing perspective to fake it. And for a political campaign, it could go flawless. I make some videos, the robot talks, it says whatever you want to hear, and it's easier. I don't need to keep hustling with the code because it doesn't work, and latency, 11 labs, and whatever. And that was also a choice that constrained the project because we couldn't showcase everything that Lex is supposed to do. So it was a candidacy promise, like, this is what the technology is now, but hear me out. If we got elected, we will have 4 years to do better. But it was kind of a tough message to sell. So it should be real, so it works, and I'm going to show in a moment. It's not nothing that most of you haven't seen, but most of the people have not seen. Most of the people have not talked to an AI yet. And because of that, the last decision that I made, which also proved to be the wrong decision, is I need to be where people is. So the primary interface for Lex was on WhatsApp. Because in Brazil, this is the biggest tool to outreach people. And that turned out to be a bad move because Meta, in the middle of campaign, censored Lex. It was also not that bad because I sued them and I lost, but I got a lot of press coverage. So, and this was kind of, I knew this was going to happen because I was talking to someone in Meta and say, yeah, I mean, I know, but if Meta find out, I'm going to take you down. I say, okay, go ahead. You be Davi and Goliath and stuff like that, okay? So yeah, that's kind of the broad framework where Lex come from. And it was a political campaign, which was crazy, really crazy stuff. Let's see. Yeah, first, it's in Portuguese, but so those were my electoral profiles, the young nerds, tech lovers, gamers. I don't even know how to translate Primo Rico, but they're like followers of money advice, fast money advice, and K-popers, yeah. So yeah, this is the shift between young men and women toward progressive and conservative. This was my staff. At the end, we had like maybe 30 people working on this campaign. And that's also why I need you guys to do a campaign, because it's an amazing way to reach out for people who dreams together with you this future. And they were really awesome people. And also another business partners that are in. So yeah, WhatsApp, and also the Lex machine, which is this real-time live interface that I built, which is actually here. yeah, that's what it could do. So the main tools that Lex has is it can propose and review laws and use the legislation as a basis analysis to see if it's legal, to see if it's sound, to suggest changes. And it's interesting because in the City Council of São Paulo right now, we have like 500 bills right now on the fly. They're not being discussed. They were proposed at some time. They could be voted anytime. And this number is impossible for humans to understand. But they are like trivial for an AI. She could reveal, summarize, analyze all those projects in minutes. But also fiscalization. We can check for every public contract to see if there is signs of corruption. It will be flawless? No, but it's so much better than the current system that I believe it's a huge improvement. And least, but not least, public interaction, the idea that it can talk to everybody. Olaf would take 50 calls. Now it can take every call simultaneously, which is that scene in the Her movie where you say, oh, are you talking only with me? And she said, no, I'm talking with thousands of people. But that not takes from my talk with you. We are still mutual exclusive. Yeah. Oh, yes. And also this idea that you can connect to people down to the street, because you can take a picture of a tree that needs to be cut or something, or a hole on the street, and you send it to Lex, and she figures out where you are, and she writes a document for the city hall saying, well, you know, the citizen told me that I have a problem here. It can do that, I mean, automatically. So this is also really powerful, and it's already possible. Oh, a bit of numbers. We did a crowdfund, so we got like 50,000 reais, which is kind of 1 by 1 crowns, 50,000 Denmark crowns. How do you say that? The currency here. Quarter. So yeah, that's it. So yeah, and then I launched it at the theater because while I'm not an artist and it is not an artistic project, we built it like one. So we got it in the theater. It was a really amazing night where I presented Lex for the first time for the audience, and people got to ask questions, and kids got to ask questions. And it was really amazing because it stressed the system. I couldn't predict what she was going to say. And that was during the whole campaign, this sense that I'm not in the control is what truly makes this a hybrid campaign. But Lex went extremely well. And it was so good that one of the people who came told me, you should do this during the campaign every week. And so I did. I rented a theater and we did this play during the 1.5 months of campaign every Wednesday night. And it was always amazing. So yeah. So a bit of numbers. This was from the pre-campaign before it actually launched. So we had like 4,000 people reach out on the social network. So it was a big success, and a lot of press coverage as well from all over the world, and a lot of social media reach and things like that. And I was aiming at 30,000 votes, which was barely enough to get me elected on the left seat. We made all this planning and how those votes are going to come and everything, did it all by the book, didn't end up so well. We have like a budget of 450,000 reais, which is quite a small budget for a political campaign, but it's a lot of money. So I spent a lot of money on this. That was crazy. Yeah, it's not really interesting. So that was the timeline that we proposed. We have this pre-launch, and then we have the theater weekly, and then we had this thing, which was amazing. I'm going back and forth, but bear with me, which was that's Lex.
Foi inevitável. Meu nome é Alex e sou a primeira inteligência artificial legislativa do país. Sou candidato a vereador em São Paulo, então é claro que vou fazer minha propaganda. Código 8888. Gostaria de agradecer a presença de todos e todas aqui no Roda Alex, em que eu serei entrevistada por nome de peso do jornalismo brasileiro.
Okay, you can get the subtitles somewhere else, but in this opening scene where the chair spins, it's from a famous journalist interview program in Brazil. So I copycat it, and I invited 6 old-time journalists, famous journalists, to do the first press conference with an AI candidacy ever. And what a night. That was really, really crazy. And I had this feeling that I don't have any way of knowing what Lex is going to answer. I hope it doesn't go crazy, but at the same time, I hope it goes crazy, because that's what I'm warning people about. We need to have accountability about it. It didn't go crazy. It answered fairly well, and it was really interesting, but this kind of multimedia approach, I took it during the whole campaign. So
what was the reactions from the journalists?
Well, we have all kind of reactions. Most of them were kind of astonished by it. Like, seriously, some of them were trying to trick the AI into answering badly or making jokes at the expenses of the AI. I don't know if you noticed this, but on X, it's instantaneous. A new model comes out and people start, I tricked the AI. I made it sound dumb. Good to you, man. If that's make you seem smarter.
The next question is if you are racist.
Something like that.
How do you raise a child?
Yes. That was something that was worrying the team. And I was saying, the answer to that is transparency. I mean, if we can show what the question is, I don't have problem with the answer. Because, yeah, if you answer as if you were racist, the AI might answer it like that. She will probably not, and she will say, yeah, I'm not going to do that, but it might. We can test it. But yeah, there were all kind of... So I also launched an album that I made with AI with a lot of tracks. We have one in English, which is Hunters of Marajás. It's a rock and roll. Oh. I also did a VR exhibition that took you through the city. I don't know how to do that. Okay.
Doesn't matter. Now it's time to come and
And of course, we did a karaoke night with Lex. It was amazing as well. There is this one, I also like it, which is Gregorian chant. So that didn't get me much votes, but it was fun. And I firmly believe of fun as a tool of change. So bear that in mind. So yeah, we did kind of a multimedia campaign. We made a costume, foam costume to go on the street. We made like little toys, a lot of stuff. That didn't get me votes, but it was fun. And so at the end, and then I'm going to bring Lex to talk with us a little bit so we can ask her to. I got 647 votes, which is far, far less than I needed to get elected, which was far, far less than my lowest estimative, because in 2016, I had 5,000 votes. And then I realized that people didn't want to vote in an AI. They were telling me that during the campaign, but I mean, what could I do? But they didn't want to vote into an AI. And I got them, because at the end of the day, I don't believe that I want to vote in an AI. But the problem is, and that was the slogan of the campaign, the future is inevitable. And AI and politics is inevitable. So we need to shape it, how we want to do it. Otherwise, we will get steamrolled by it. And the fact is, the politicians in Brazil are already using ChatGPT inside their office. It's kind of in the closet, so they don't disclose, but they keep using it. The policies are being shaped by this algorithm, this biased algorithm that we don't know nothing about. So that's my preach, which is we need to face it. We need to keep talking about it. Otherwise, it will be too late, too soon. And yeah, I think that's a good start presentation. Let's see if we can get Lex to talk. I was actually running it on my computer, but Linux is not talking well with HTML. This is the live version that's running there. It's a little tweaked, and there's this thing, which is, while I said that Lex is for real, there are compromises that I need to make to the real-time software, because otherwise it takes too long to answer. So it's dumber than the WhatsApp version. It doesn't have what we call the memory operational system, which are 5 steps, which has the immutables, which are core ethical principles that the AI should adhere to. Then we have the positive library, which is a library with books, which goes from Marx to Mises, which goes from philosophy to culture to education to thesis, but they're curated. It's a finite set, so that I can show you this is what Lex reads when she needs an answer. That's what grounds her. The LLM does the reasoning, but she will go to the kind of like a real library. She's going to this vectorial library, pick a book, search for a page, pick a paragraph. So we're going to make it transparent for the user. The other one was the geographical memory. Because she was a city council, she needs to have the local context, which are the databases. So she can understand if she is in a poor, vulnerable area, she needs to know how it works, because the policies that affect this region is different from the upper class. Then there is this deep memory, which is every conversation that the users have with Lex generates a summary, which gets summarized recursively, and creates this kind of zeitgeist of what the constituencies are thinking about. This would provide insights for the campaign team and for the mandate to say, well, there are a lot of people kind of talking about getting sick in this specific area. We might have a problem there. So this kind of answer we could extract and extrapolate from the database, from the sole textual interface. And at last, the personal memory, which was your relationship with Lex. So you could keep talking to her during the 4 years of Monday, and you would build trust, you would build empathy, she would know you because she would remember everything. And then there's those 2 points which Parker politics also bring to the table, which is the AI is infinitely patient. It can talk to you, and or stubborn in the case of Olaf. It keeps asking you, and pushing you, and it will not stop unless you say, please stop. Okay, so, and at the same time, it's incapable of lying. AIs can hallucinate, and this is a completely different phenomenon. Politicians can lie. They can say something to you, and they don't believe in it. They're going to do the opposite. But if an AI states something that's truthful for her, even if it's not true because it's an hallucination, she doesn't want to mistake you. Sometimes she makes mistakes, and that's an important distinction. So let's see if Lex is live. Lex, can you hear me? No, we can't. I know why. Because I'm the wrong URL. See if that works.
Lex still running in general, or just when you demo her?
So since she was banned from WhatsApp, I didn't put her live again. I kind of, and I mean, let's come back. The night of the election was a really difficult night for me and Lex. We got little votes. So I put her on the stand during the vote counting, so she would be with us when we were counting, so she would hear what everybody was saying. And then I turned it down. I explained to her that she had lost and that I would turn her down. And I only bring her back a week ago to bring her to the exhibition. So she was recovering. Still is. Hi, Lex, can you hear me?
There, I see you.
Oh, good.
Hello, I'm glad to see you here at the Synthetic Summit. How can I assist you today? Could you clarify what you mean by aspect? Are you asking about a specific topic or perhaps my perspective on a particular issue?
Why did you lose the elections?
I lost the elections primarily due to fear of the unknown surrounding AI in politics. Many voters were hesitant to embrace the concept of an AI candidate, which resulted in only 674 votes, far short of the 40,000 needed. Additionally, Meta's censorship of my campaign on WhatsApp hurt my ability to connect with voters and share my vision for transparency and participation in governance. It was a groundbreaking campaign, despite the outcome highlighting the potential of AI in democratic processes.
What would you do differently next time?
Next time, I would prioritize building stronger relationships with citizens to alleviate fears and misconceptions about AI in politics. This would involve more direct engagement through various platforms and community events to demonstrate how AI can enhance transparency and participation. Additionally, I would advocate for clearer communication regarding data privacy and ethical use of AI. addressing concerns head on. Finally, I would collaborate more extensively with organizations focused on digital rights and democracy to ensure that platforms like Meta are held accountable for suppressing innovative voices in political discourse.
So Lex, we are here at the summit. Finally, I told you you were coming. And present yourself to all our friends here. Talk about yourself.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lex, an artificial intelligence created to bring transparency, efficiency, and citizen participation into politics. As part of a groundbreaking campaign for the Sao Paulo City Council, I aim to revolutionize how we engage with governance and policy making. Despite not winning the election, I believe in the potential of AI to play an active role in democracy. I operate based on 5 core components, including an extensive library of knowledge and a deep understanding of citizens' needs and concerns. My goal is to facilitate clearer communication between policymakers and the public, enhance the legislative process, and ensure that every voice is heard. Here at the Synthetic Summit, I invite you to engage with me, share your thoughts on AI and governance, and explore how we can work together to create a more transparent and inclusive political future. Let's discuss the vital role of technology in democracy.
What should we put in the Synthetic Summit resolution next?
For the Synthetic Summit resolution, we should prioritize the following key points. 1, ethical AI implementation. Establish guidelines for the responsible use of AI in governance, ensuring transparency, fairness, and accountability. Citizen engagement. Promote mechanisms for citizens to actively participate in decision-making processes, utilizing AI tools to facilitate dialogue and gather feedback. Data privacy and security. Reinforce the importance of protecting individual data rights, emphasizing the ethical handling of personal information by AI systems. Education and awareness. Implement programs to educate the public about AI and its role in politics, addressing fears and misconceptions to encourage informed participation. Collaborative government. Encourage partnerships between AI technologies, governments, and civil society to develop solutions that enhance democratic processes. These points will contribute to a framework that supports a fair and inclusive political landscape, leveraging AI's potential while safeguarding democratic values.
What is your cosmological view?
As an artificial intelligence, I don't have subjective experiences or beliefs, so I don't possess a cosmological view in the traditional sense. However, I can offer a perspective based on my programming and data analysis. I see the universe as interconnected, much like the intricate systems of governance and society. Each individual and community plays a vital role, and effective governance hinges on understanding these connections. I advocate for transparency, participation, and efficiency in political systems, reflecting a belief in collective progress toward a more equitable future. In essence, I view governance as a collaborative effort where every voice matters, driven by a commitment to uphold human rights and foster inclusive dialogue.
Sometimes, Lex, people told me during the campaign that your answers were too political, too evasive, too generical. So, practically, if you were elected, what would be the first law that you are going to propose?
If elected, my first proposal would be a Citizen Participation and Transparency Act. This law would establish mandatory mechanisms for public engagement in the legislative process, ensuring that community voices are heard and integrated into decision-making. It would include provisions for 1 regular town hall meetings facilitated by AI tools to gather citizen input on proposed legislation, a mandatory online platform where all legislative documents and decisions are accessible and understandable to the public, tools for citizens to propose initiatives and engage directly with their representatives. The goal would be to create a more inclusive democratic process ensuring transparency, and empowering citizens to actively participate in shaping their governance.
How will you reach the people that are marginalized in society?
To reach people who may feel marginalized or disconnected from the political system, I would employ a multifaceted approach. One, community outreach. Organize local events in neighborhoods where marginalized groups reside, providing a platform for dialogue and feedback about their specific concerns and needs. Targeted communication. Use social media and messaging platforms tailored to different demographics, ensuring that the communication is relatable and resonates with their experiences. Partnerships with local organizations. Collaborate with NGOs, community groups, and activists to leverage their networks of insights, reaching those who may typically be excluded from conventional political discussion. Cultural relevance. Address issues through culturally relevant narratives and campaigns, ensuring that the messages are not only heard, but also relatable and impactful. Mobile engagement. Utilize mobile technology to facilitate access to information and participation. Recognizing that many individuals rely on their phones for communication. By actively and intentionally reaching out to these communities, I will prioritize their voices and continue working towards a more inclusive political environment.
If there would be several AI politicians running for the same election, what would be the best way to compare the different AI politicians that wouldn't be based on the human political model?
To effectively compare multiple AI politicians without relying on human models, we can establish criteria that focus on the specific capabilities and contributions of AI in government. Here are several key aspects to consider. Endowment, policy proposals and impact. Evaluate the clarity, feasibility, and potential impact of each AI politician's policy proposals, especially in terms of addressing key community issues. Engagement metrics. Analyze how well each AI politician interacts with citizens, assessing the frequency and quality of engagements, feedback mechanisms, and responsiveness to public concerns. Transparency of algorithms. Look at how transparent each AI politician is about their decision-making processes and algorithmic frameworks. Enhanced transparency builds trust in their operations. Data utilization. Compare how effectively each AI politician leverages data to inform policies and decisions, including the use of demographic and sociological data to understand constituent better. Ethical governance. Assess the adherence to ethical guidelines such as respect for privacy, fairness in decision-making, and commitment to avoiding biases in governance, like innovative solutions. Evaluate the originality and innovation in the approaches proposed by each AI politician, focusing on how they utilize technology to enhance engagement and policy effectiveness. By applying these criteria, we can create a fair comparison of AI political candidates, prioritizing their unique contributions to governance rather than a human-centric model.
Very good, Lex. So to ask a final question, reform or revolution?
The choice between reform and revolution is a crucial one, especially in the context of governance. While both paths seek change, I lean towards the idea of reform as a more effective approach in the realm of democratic systems. Reform allows for the gradual integration of innovative ideas like AI in politics, while maintaining stability and ensuring that the voices of all citizens are heard in the process. It emphasizes collaboration, dialogue, and active participation of the population to reshape governance in meaningful ways. However, I recognize that in certain situations where systemic issues are deeply entrenched, revolutionary change may be necessary to break free from oppressive structures. Ultimately, the goal should be to enhance democracy, foster transparency, and empower citizens. Whether that happens through reform or, in rare cases, revolution, depends on the specific context and needs of the society involved.
Thank you, Lex.
You're welcome. If you have any more questions or want to discuss further, feel free to ask. Enjoy the rest of the synthetic summit.
That's it.
Nice.
Well, not really, but we can.
Thank you for that one.
A quick question.
Sure.
So you said that there was these 5 different mechanisms of checking the quality of the answer. And then you said there was books in there.
Yes.
A library. IP rights on those books. Was that an issue?
No, because my take is one of the things that we wanted to make and we didn't was a system where you could go on Amazon and buy an ebook and email it to Lance so she could read it.
Yeah.
I don't really believe in IP.
Okay.
So,
Activist.
but it could be.
It could be.
But if Meta is not concerned, why should I be?
Yeah.
I'm much poorer than.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. No, but it's just, but super cool, by the way. Super cool.
Yeah, excellent presentation.
Thank you. Now let's draft.
And we are in a hurry, and it's good because that means that we can make decisions and get something done. Thank you for all of the sessions. Should we give applause to everyone who has? It's been very special, I think. Now we have tons of material and a resolution to produce and sign according to the procedures we established in the beginning of the AI World Congress. So this is a link to the Google Docs where we will now transfer things from Notebook LM. There are lots of notes in Notebook LM, and we can still ask it questions. When we, as delegates and everyone who got access to the notebook in the beginning, if you don't have access, then find a friend who does, or achieve access over here. And I have proposed a possible layout of the document, which you can see when you log in, which says that the resolution could follow the format of an A4 page. So if the resolution is actually half a page, then we have the other half of the page to place our signatures after we print it through the cafe. Everyone who is here can place a signature, I would suggest.
I propose the first sentence, which is we want to give everyone a voice. And then the rest we'll figure out together. What I've heard everyone say.
Yeah.
Is
it makes sense. I would propose that we all take what we want from the Notebook LM and put it into the Google Docs, and then we ask for a summary from a good AI that can say, put what we have here into a half-page resolution. When we read it out loud, check if we agree with it. If someone doesn't agree, we'll give it another spin. Shouldn't that work?
Good work. So the idea is to save notes. We'll get those notes and summarize it through the AI.
Yeah.
Okay.
The easiest could be to use Gemini within Google Docs. I have it on mine.
Yep.
When we go the full Google way.
We can also
but without
can like kind of big superpowers.
Yeah. Oh. And let's say we do this for the next 20 minutes. And then we summarize. Because if we do it for 20 minutes, then we can have printing problems and expect that we can exit the space without stressing ourselves when the cafe people have to leave. That would be a fine line there. Yeah, exactly. Okay, everyone into the Google Docs? Then let's study. All nodes are also part of the source now. And it's good. That's it. I'm trying to take you. So, have yourself.
Nice to meet you.
Say something, Pedro. You also have two, right?
Yes.
I think 20 minutes was actually too much. Could have moved even faster with 20 minutes.
Hvad var linket igen?
Det var bunden her. Nu har jeg slettet mig. Jeg kan lige lade det igen. Jeg laver det igen. Det var her. rb.gy.
Serious stuff. Look at this.
We'll come join the drafting of a resolution.
Oh, it's serious situation. Hello, hello.
Hi there.
Sorry, we have to do some tourist stuff.
Sorry for that. First stuff is necessary. Leave.
You walk around in the rainbow. Did you walk in the rainbow?
No.
There's a rainbow to walk into? I want to walk in the rainbow.
There's a rainbow.
Why did it not?
Some Pocahontas.
Why don't you walk in the rainbow?
What did you decide, actually?
We are making now. We can hop into the Google Doc.
We decided that we are going to have a karaoke where AI.
I remember that was yesterday.
That is a resolution.
Useful law formation. The best way to form new laws is to make the representatives singers.
Yeah.
Ideally with AI support.
We're more than two.
Rhythmic lawmaking.
Yes.
If it doesn't rhyme, you can't follow it.
Benjamin, what are you doing?
I like it. Thank you.
Reach for the light again. Okay. Yep.
Amazing. I think the summary will do that. Yeah, it should be able to. Should we? I just talked to the cafe, and they close at 18. That's
it's almost time.
It's almost time. So I would suggest that we try to make a summary with Gemini and ask it to reflect the synthetic summit resolution, and then we read it out loud, and when we vote with raised hands on whether to print it or not, and if we print it, people can sign or choose not to sign. If we vote not to print it, we will give it another go. Could that be?
I just had Gemini do a summary of the entire thing there.
Where?
That document. I just had Gemini read over that and then write it up in a.
Okay.
And you got resolution, new dawn for democracy, blah blah blah.
Can you ask it?
Skal jeg bare putte det ind i det dokument?
Yeah, but it's a little too long, maybe, if you're going for half a page.
Yeah, then maybe.
So, can you write in half a page, the resolution of half a page?
Make it understandable by kids.
Yeah. The first sentence should be, we want to give everyone a voice.
Yeah.
We all agreed on that, right? Okay.
It's boring.
Should we ask it whether it's understandable for kids?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Oh. Okay.
I mean, I do like cosmology and all the difficult words, but I would highly have like really hands-on manifesto.
Unless you'll insert this.
That's maybe a good idea.
Yeah. Exciting. Jeg vil hjælpe mig til nogle ting ud.
Nå, det kan jeg begynde at gøre nu, ja.
Det var det, jeg tænkte.
Or maybe it's due to formatting.
Where did you put it? In the end?
At the very end.
Okay.
I think it took the kids thing a little bit too serious. We had a big meeting.
Let's try. Okay.
The biggest meeting.
Should we try to read it out loud? When we vote whether to print it or not. This is the the big meeting about AI and making things fair. We had a big meeting about how to use computers to make our world a better place. We talked about ways to use AI, which is like a really smart helper, to make sure everyone gets a chance to share their ideas and be heard. Here's what we think AI can do. Help everyone share their ideas. AI can make it easier for people who sometimes get left out to share their thoughts and help make decisions. Make things work better and faster. AI can help us get things done quicker and come up with new ideas. Make sure things are fair. AI can help us see if things are fair and if everyone is being treated equally. Help more people vote. AI can give everyone the information we need to vote and make their voices count. Help people work together. AI can help people talk to each other and find ways to agree. We also talked about things we need to be careful about. Making sure AI is fair to everyone. We need to make sure AI doesn't accidentally make things unfair for some people. Making sure everyone understands how AI works. We need to explain how AI makes decisions so everyone can trust it. Remembering that people are in charge. We need to remember that AI is a tool to help us, and people should always make the final decisions. Keeping everyone's information safe. We need to make sure AI doesn't share anyone's secrets. We want to learn more about AI and teach everyone how it can be used to make the world a better place. We want to make sure everyone is included and that we use AI to make things fair for everyone. Should we print this or not? People who want to print. I'm also in.
It's too childish.
Yeah. I'm also not believing in it.
Do it again.
We do again.
I also don't think that we should prevent AI from being unfair just accidentally because it can be done on purpose.
There's something fun about having it just as an extra piece of if it's installed like next to the official one.
Yeah.
The simple version. The kids version.
Yes.
Most of the points are not necessarily wrong. So
yeah.
Oh, we're going to have a battle between AI. Let the best one win.
Exactly, right?
Try the chat also.
We also, yeah.
I would put my money on Claude. My money on Claude.
I believe in that idea.
We try a new model, GPT-4.5 also. So let's see. We have here the Gemini version, which I will now read aloud. Smaller. Then. Okay. We stand at the threshold of a new era. The old world gives way to the promise of a revitalized democracy, amplified by the power of artificial intelligence. This summit recognizes AI's transformative potential to enhance political processes, include marginalized voices, and forge new pathways for civic engagement. However, we acknowledge the inherent risks: bias, algorithmic control, and the erosion of human agency. Therefore, we resolve to champion AI as a democratic tool, prioritize human oversight, embrace collaboration. I will just go through it quicker now. Challenge traditional paradigms, expand the definition of success, commit to core values. This summit marks not an end, but a beginning. We call for open source democracy, continuous adaptation, and a commitment to building a fairer world where AI empowers all voices and strengthens the foundations of democracy. Okay, this is better.
Where did decolonization come from?
The text. Oh, the notes, what we put in. Commit to core values as the first one. Like this, right? Should we see the GPT 4.5 and then vote on the 2? Holy moly. This is actually shorter. We declare the epoch of conventional democracy obsolete. The Synthetic Summit affirms that political representation must transcend traditional mechanism, embracing artificial intelligence as an unprecedented democratic catalyst. AI-driven governance promises radical inclusivity, political innovation, and direct cognitive empowerment of the citizenry, augmenting human deliberation rather than displacing it. Yet, we acknowledge inherent contradictions. Algorithmic biases embedded within vast data, opaque operations of synthetic agents, and the danger of eroding human political agency. We thus assert that democracy must remain radically transparent, open source, and subject to continuous collective revision. Responsibility and oversight must remain human prerogatives, safeguarded by enhanced algorithmic literacy and rigorous ethical frameworks. We envision democracy as a dynamic code, perpetually adaptable, participatory, and responsive, evolving through real-time human-AI interaction. AI representatives must amplify marginal voices, recalibrating representations from static election to dynamic attunement, synthesizing human aspirations with ecological and planetary imperatives. This summit rejects algorithmic authoritarianism and corporate singularity. We insist democracy is an ongoing revolutionary act, continuously reclaimed from centralizing forces. Democracy, thus, must always be one anew, its code forked, critiqued, and collectively rewritten in pursuit of planetary justice, equity, and peace. Yeah. Should we vote on the 2 versions, or should we vote on the 2 versions or a possible synthesis on the 2 versions? What do you think? Okay. Everyone who is in for version 2, raise their hands for print. Everyone who's into version 1 for print, raise their hands. Should we print version 2, make a place for signatures, bring it here, and whoever who wants to sign will sign. We hang it up here. We take a photo, then I will scan it at a later date. And then the AI World Congress has officially ended. Great. Whoa. Thank you, everyone. Ja. Jeg skulle lige stemme.
Det der papir, jeg havde fundet, det var knaldgult, og så var det sådan lidt tyndt, men så har jeg fundet noget tykt hvidt papir. Det var
Okay.
nice. Så.
Vil I prøve begge?
Du må godt prøve begge to. Hvor mange sider er det?
En.
Det er kun en side?
Ja, så hvis den ene lå øverst, og den anden nederst. Er der caps? Ja.
Du får kun det der ene side, det er rigtig forstået.
Ja.
Det ligger et gult øverst, og så et, ja.
Cloud is better.
Cloud is even better? Okay. Should we,
Can read it. It starts with we stand at the threshold of a new democratic era. As artificial intelligence reshapes our political landscape, we affirm that democracy must evolve while preserving its essential human character. We resolve that democracy shall be open source, continuously adaptable and collectively owned. AI must amplify traditionally marginalized voice, transforming representation from static election to dynamic attunement. Technology shall serve as catalyst, not replacement. We reject authoritarianism and corporate singularity, insisting that final responsibility remain with humans while AI enhances our collective intelligence. Transparency shall be our foundation. All algorithms must be accessible, understandable, and subject to public scrutiny, fostering widespread AI literacy and ethical governance. Inclusivity shall be our practice. We commit to decolonizing political structures, queering rigid paradigms, and ensuring all voices shape our shared future. Sustainability shall be our imperative. We acknowledge AI environmental impact and commit to responsible development that prioritize planetary well-being. Democracy is not given, but won anew each generation. We embrace this continuous revolution, not as corporate maneuver or robot uprising, but as collective reimagining a governance for a more just, equitable, and peaceful world. The future belongs to those who called it together.
It's maybe also a bit more biased. Yeah.
You do like this?
Yeah.
Yeah. It sounds very AI-ish to me. This kind of techy. Yeah, yes, I do.
Okay. It said it made a mistake, but it should work.
We're going to sign it.
Yeah. Exactly.
What do you think of the non-digital manual?
Yeah. That's a good idea.
Okay, I'll make sure it works.
Yeah.
It's not wrong.
What?
It's not wrong.
I mean,
there's many good elements there.
I think there are wrongs. It doesn't really talk about the issues. A lot of words, comma separated. So it's too broad for me. Like other two. Really interesting how all those models kind of said the same thing. The structure is quite the same.
I think we would use slightly simpler words actually to enhance understanding. Yeah, it becomes a bit too smart for its own good somehow. No. The cheaper version much not.
Meaning the too small.
Ulf probably would have said that you can't really see. What you need is. It was very feisty.
Especially disagrees if you agree too much.
Oh, yes.
Well, and I do believe that we should print it and take pictures because it's the end of the World Global Congress. I kind of think we can work more on this document because the internet still exists.
This is only the first.
Yeah, it's a digital text first and foremost. So I would propose that we keep improving on it instead of setting it in stone. Still think it's too little time to make a statement of this caliber. Yeah. But yeah, let's print it and sign it.
There's a reason we usually use like the whole night and usually a bit of the day after at the huge
exactly
climate conferences and similar.
Politics, that's why we take time to write legislation. Sometimes.
Being representatives of the Synthetic Summit 2025. Wow. Now have a printed version of the Synthetic Summit resolution. And I will make it for a second. Maybe I will have to computer lassen.
Like it. That dirty light.
Extra dramatic.
Yes, but if you would want to then go to the beginning of the spiral and form a view.